Okay, let's get started. We have this listening test and we are going to solve it all together. There are 4 parts. In every part, there are 10 questions. So let's get started. First section, complete the table below. In listening part 1, mostly you get notes completion, sentence completion, table completion. And most of the time, instructions are one word and or a number. So over here also, table completion, one word and or a number. So answer may contain a word, a number or both. For example, answer can be one pencil. One is number, pencil is word. Answer can be pencil, answer can be one. Now, cookery classes. I want you to think about cooking. Imagine there are some cooking classes and you have to join those classes. So they say cooking classes, and after that they say there are 3 names. In the table we have like the food studio, Bond's cookery school and all that. Now the first one is food studio. Focus how to dash and cook. From cook we understand answer is going to be a verb. For example, how to bake and cook, how to wash and cook. Okay, so answer will come before cook. For example, they can say not only will teach you how to bake but also how to cook. Answer is bake, right? So please now listen carefully and answer will come. This is called location of the answer. As you know, in reading, you should know the location of the answer. In the same way, in listening, you should know the location of the answer. Now, location is after food studio and before cook. They will be the answer. Let's see.
There are several classes. One very popular one is at the food studio.
Okay.
They focus on seasonal products, and as well as teaching you how to cook them, they also show you how to choose them.
Right, that sounds good.
Okay, how to cook them, they show you how to choose them. Now, choose came after. How to cook them and how to choose them. And how do you spell choose? Choose. If you write it with single O, that is second form of that, right? Please focus again.
There are several classes. One very popular one is at the food studio.
Okay.
They focus on seasonal products, and as well as teaching you how to cook them, they also show you how to choose them.
Okay, how to cook them, they also show you how to choose them. So cook came before and choose came after. That's normal. Next, other information. The first thing is small classes. If they say there are 4 to 5 students in a class, that is small classes. Also offers dash classes. Underline the word classes. For classes, they may use the word lesson. Lesson, classes, lecture, or anything like that. So now one thing is small classes. Now what is the location of your answer? After small classes, and they will tell you another type of classes that they offer. Okay, so please listen and answer.
How big are the classes?
I'm not sure exactly, but they'll be quite small.
And could I get a private lesson there?
I think so. Let me check. Yes, they do offer those. Though, in fact, most of the people who attend the classes find it's a nice way of getting to know one another.
Okay, can I get a private lesson? Yes, they do offer those. Can I get a private lesson? For classes, the word is lesson. Okay, so this test is a bit twisty.
How big are the classes?
I'm not sure exactly,
How big are the classes? He said, I'm not sure exactly.
but they'll be quite small.
And could I get a private lesson there?
I think so.
I think so. Could I get a private lesson there? I think so. So also offers private and then classes or lessons, right? All right, you may come here, please. Next, we've got clients who return get a dash discount. Very simple. Clients who return means returning clients. They get a 30% discount, 50%, 70%, whatever. So you will write number with the percentage sign. If you're taking computer delivered IELTS and you cannot find percentage sign, you can write percent. P-E-R-C-E-N-T, percent. Okay, so let's see.
And this company has a special deal for clients where they offer a discount of 20% if you return for a further class.
Okay.
All right, they offer a discount of 20% if you return for a further class. So answer is 20%. Sometimes, you become emotional and you write 20% discount. Discount is already written. So if you write anything extra, your right answer will be wrong. Keep that in mind, okay? Second is Bond's Cookery School. Now, question number 4. Food that is. Now listen, you will see it in IELTS listening. You will see it in IELTS reading. And I want you to notice this question. And once again in part 4, I will give you the reference of this technique. This technique is called, now for example, they're saying food that is. For instance, answer is spicy. Food that is spicy. In the audio, they will say spicy food. Food that is spicy means spicy food. Okay, now you're going to listen to the word food and whatever they say with that will be your answer. Do not wait for food that is and then answer will come, not at all. Over here, food that is spicy. In the audio, spicy food. Okay, so let's see.
But you said there were several classes.
That's right. Another one you might be interested in is Bond's Cookery School. They're quite new. They just opened 6 months ago, but I've heard good things about them. They concentrate on teaching you to prepare healthy food, and they have quite a lot of specialist staff.
Healthy food. Now see that? Food that is healthy means healthy food. So answer is healthy. And this technique is very common. I mean, you will see it again. I will just show you. Next, we have question number 5. Includes recipes to strengthen your. Underline the word strengthen. And they use the word your. It means something that belongs to you as a student. Now, for strengthen, they may use the word make stronger. For strengthen, they may use the word build up. For instance, answer is muscles. Strengthen your muscles. Build up your muscles. Make your muscles stronger or anything like that. Okay, so let's see how it works.
So is that food for people on a diet and things like that? I don't know if I'd be interested in that.
Well, I don't think they particularly focus on low-calorie diets or weight loss. It's more to do with recipes that look at specific needs, like including ingredients that will help build up your bones and make them stronger, that sort of thing.
Build up your bones and make them stronger. So strengthen your and build up your, answer is bones. And then for bones, they use the word make them stronger. Them is referencing. Them goes back to bones. Exactly. That's good. So like this, you need to understand all the techniques. Then IELTS will not be difficult for you. Next, they have a free dash every Thursday. 2 things. One is free. Second is Thursday. If they say we have a paid seminar on Saturday on something, that will not be your answer. Okay. So free and Thursday. Let's see.
I see. Well, I might be interested. I'm not sure. Do they have a website I could check?
Yes, just key in the name of the school, it'll come up. And if you want to know more about them, every Thursday evening they have a lecture at the school. It's free, and you don't need to book or anything. Just turn up at 7:30. And that might...
Okay, every Thursday they have a lecture. And then they said it's free. What do they mean by it? Lecture, exactly. It's free means free lecture. Okay, so in IELTS there are many twists and turns like this, and they never give you answers straight away. With one right answer, they always give you a choice so that you understand what is right and what is wrong. Now, question number 7, it's the dash center, the name of center. And if the name is unusual, they will spell it for you. If the name is normal, they will not spell it. Okay, let's see.
Okay, there's one more place you might be interested in. That's got a rather strange name. It's called the Aretsa Centre. That's spelled A-R-R-E-T-S-A.
Okay.
So, Aretsa, how do you spell? A-R-R-E-T-S-A. Yeah, he said A-R-R. We say R, but actually they say R. A-R-R-E-T-S-A. Okay, mainly dash food. Now, mainly. The word mainly is very important in IELTS listening and IELTS reading. For mainly, they may use the word especially. Right? Mainly, especially, or their main focus is or anything like that. Now let's see. Aretsa is the name of center and mainly dash food, type of food. Answer is type of food.
They've got a very good reputation. They do a bit of meat and fish cookery, but they mostly specialize in vegetarian dishes.
See
Right.
that? They mostly specialize in. Now what is mostly specialize in? Mainly. Right? Mainly and mostly, they are synonyms. And answer is vegetarian. And then they use the word dishes. For dishes, what is the word? Food. Exactly. Right? Now, located near the, underline the word near. And there are 2 to 3 options for near. For example, if answer is near the river, by the river, close to the river, on the river, anything like that. Okay? Very simple.
That's certainly an area I'd like to learn more about. I've got lots of friends who don't eat meat. In fact, I think I might have seen that school today. Is it just by the market?
That's right.
Is it just by the market? And he said, that's right. If he would have said that's wrong, then there could be another answer, right? So correct answer is market. Well done. Question number 10, a special course. Now they offer a special course in skills with a. They are talking about cooking. And in cooking, they offer a special course which is in skills with a dash is sometimes available. Now they have a special course in that they will teach you some skills. Let's see. And they've mentioned with a. A means answer is going to be singular. Countable singular noun will be your answer. Focus a as well.
So they don't have any problem getting their ingredients. They're right next door. And they also offer a special 2-hour course in how to use a knife. They cover all the different skills, buying them, sharpening, chopping techniques.
Okay, a special 2-hour course on how to use a knife. How to use a knife means skills with a knife. How to use means skills. So correct answer is knife or knife. Huh? Once a student said knife, right? And another student told the teacher, teacher, this student is saying knife. Teacher said his knowledge is very weak. Okay? Like that. All right, good. All right, now we go on. Section 2. In section 2, 3 to 4 type of questions are very common. Number 1, multiple choice. Number 2, matching. Number 3, maps. And number 4, sentence completion. If you are lucky, you may get sentence completion as well. But main questions are multiple choice, matching, and map. Over here, we've got multiple choice questions. In part 2, there will be one speaker who will be discussing some social issue or a kind of audio commentary or anything like that. Now, over here, the title is Traffic Changes in Granford. Traffic changes. Now, for example, Granford is a town or city. So they will talk about traffic changes. What are traffic changes? Where to have the traffic lights, where to have pedestrian crossing, or we call it zebra crossing, right? Or where to install no parking and all that. This is called traffic changes in Granford. Now, question number 11. Why are changes needed? Whenever a multiple choice question starts with why, it means answer will be the reason. Why are changes needed? Okay, so we are talking about traffic. And by the way, the whole talk in part 2 is going to be about traffic changes. Okay, so in each part, there is only one topic. Now, over cookery classes, that was in part 1. In part 2, only traffic changes. So they say here, why are changes needed? Now, you see, options are long. This time, I tell you how to cut them short. Option A, number of traffic accidents has risen. Just underline accidents risen. So if the reason is accidents, A will be the right answer. Option B, amount of traffic on the roads has increased. Underline traffic increased. So if the reason is increase in traffic, B will be the right answer. C, types of vehicle on the roads have changed. So underline types of vehicle changed. Now what does it mean? Before there were cars, but now they have big buses and anything like that. Now what is the reason? If it is accidents, A. If it is amount of traffic, B. And if it is types of vehicles, option C will be the right answer. Now you need to listen. They will be very tricky with you. They will say, well, first we thought the traffic accidents increased, but then we realized there is no real increment in traffic accidents. It means A is not the answer. Another thing, instead of looking for the right answer in listening multiple choice questions, it's a very good idea to eliminate the wrong options. When they say, well, the traffic accidents are not increasing, thank goodness, you cross it. Second, if they say amount of traffic is as usual as it is, so that's not the real motive behind it, cross it as well. So when you cross the wrong options and then you realize this one is the right answer. Let's see.
So, why do we need to make these changes to traffic systems in Granford? Well, we're very aware that traffic is becoming an increasing problem. It's been especially noticeable with the increase in heavy traffic while they've been building the new hospital. But it's the overall rise in the volume of traffic of all kinds that's concerning us. To date, there's not been any increase in traffic accidents, but that's not something we want to see happen, obviously.
Okay. B, no. C, all right. A, okay. Listen, when you don't understand, then you're so vulnerable, and they say accidents, good. Yeah. All right. So if you pick up the answer from a word, you will always be wrong. They discussed all three options. Right answer is B. Now I tell you why. Please listen and learn.
So, why do we need to make these changes to traffic systems in Granford? Well, we're very aware that traffic is becoming an increasing problem. It's been especially noticeable with the increase in heavy traffic while they've been building the new hospital.
Okay, increase in heavy traffic while they are building the hospital. But he did not mention that this is the reason. He did not connect it with the reason.
But it's the overall rise in the volume of traffic.
But it's the overall rise in the volume of traffic. Which option? Exactly. It's the overall rise in the volume of traffic. And next word.
Of all kinds that's concerning us.
That's concerning us. What does it mean? Why? Why? And then that's concerning us. Concerning means you're giving a reason. So B is the right answer.
To date, there's not been any increase in traffic accidents.
Today, there has not been any increase in traffic accidents. It's not the answer because he said there is not any increase in the traffic accidents. Okay, so in multiple choice, they discuss all three options and you have to see which is the right one. Now we go on. In a survey, local residents particularly complained about. Now underline the word particularly. This is the main word. This word will give you the answer. Okay, now particularly complained about means most of the people complained about something. There are three options. There are three complaints, and two complaints would be made by a couple of people. But if he says most of them were concerned about, majority of them were concerned about, that will be the right answer. So local residents complained about what? Option A, dangerous driving, rash driving, dangerous driving. Option B, pollution. That's it. You don't need to read anymore. And option C, parked cars. You know, people park their cars on the road. Now, what you need to see local residents particularly complained about means most of them complained about one thing. They will discuss all three options again, I'm telling you. But with one option, they say most of them, majority of them, or anything like that.
We recently carried out a survey of local residents, and their responses were interesting. People were very concerned about the lack of visibility on some roads due to cars parked along the sides of the roads. We'd expected complaints about the congestion near the school when parents are dropping off their children or picking them up. But this wasn't top of the list, and nor were noise and fumes from trucks and lorries, though they were mentioned by some people.
No. Correct answer is C. I just wanted to catch the thief. Sorry about that, okay? I tell you why A is wrong. This is very important. Whenever you have the wrong answer, it means you have been trapped. I don't blame you for that because they discussed that option as well. But the way you understood that, this is what you need to improve. Now we listen and learn, right? First time, you only listen and find the answer. Second time, you listen and learn. Let's see.
We recently carried out a survey of local residents, and their responses were interesting. People were very concerned
People were very concerned. So local residents particularly means people were very concerned.
about the lack of visibility on some roads due to cars parked along the sides of
Lack of visibility on some roads due to cars parked. Which option is it? That is option C. Now we see why A and B are wrong.
the roads. We'd expected complaints about the congestion near the school
Okay, we'd expected. Whenever they say anything, we'd expected, we'd thought, right? Then answer is always wrong after that. Okay, this is a very good trap. We'd expected means they expected complaints, but nobody did that.
when parents are dropping off their children or picking them up. But this wasn't
So parents are dropping off their children and picking them up. Have they mentioned dangerous driving? They talked about parents. Now, if you don't understand parents, good. IELTS, no problem. Canada tomorrow. Okay, then you're going to say that. So, like they did not mention dangerous driving by parents. Said when parents are picking and dropping them off. Now we come to option B.
top of the list.
It wasn't on top of the list.
But picking them up. But this wasn't top of the list.
This wasn't on top of the list, right?
And nor were
Nor, N-O-R, nor. When they use the negative words, it means that's not the answer. Nor were
noise and fumes from trucks and lorries.
noise and fumes. What is that? Pollution. So you need to learn all these things, okay? And let me tell you, test after test after test, when you solve 8 to 10 tests, you will understand all these things, okay? It will not be different. Question number 13, according to the speaker, one problem with new regulation will be, underline one problem, new regulation. New regulation means new law. One problem. Now, there are three things. Two are not problems. I mean, when something is not a problem, for example, money. If I say, well, I've got money from my father. So is money my problem? No. You need to see that. Now, what are the options? Raising money. Option A. If they don't have enough money, if they don't have funds, if they are under budget, A will be the right answer. And if they say we have enough money from the government or we have government support and all that, then it's not that. Option B, finding a way to make people follow. Now, underline make people follow. You make a regulation, people should follow that. So, make people follow. If this is the problem, B will be the right answer. And if they say, well, whenever there's a regulation, people automatically follow that. We don't have any issue with it. B will not be the right answer. Option C, support of police. Now, if police support is a problem, then C will be the right answer. And if in the audio they say, we already have the support of police, will it be the answer? No, the answer is problem. And problem is something which they do not have. Now, out of three options, one thing they do not have. Let's see.
We think these new traffic regulations would make a lot of difference. But we still have a long way to go. We've managed to keep our proposals within budget, just so they can be covered by the council. But of course it's no good introducing new regulations if we don't have a way of making sure that everyone obeys them. And that's an area we're still working on with the help of representatives from the police force.
So, no. Correct answer is? That's an area we are working on with the representative of police force. Huh? So what's the correct answer? Correct answer is still B. Okay? Now you guys are, alert. Okay? That I will not say it. Correct answer is B. Now we say why A and C are wrong. And let me tell you again, you will never find B as the right answer unless you know why A and C are wrong. Now we see why A and C are wrong.
We think these new traffic regulations would make a lot of difference. But we still have a long way to go. We've managed to
Now, there is no option. There is nothing related to this sentence. Okay.
keep our proposals within budget.
Okay, we managed to keep our proposals within budget. Raising money to pay, they said we managed to keep it within budget. So budget is not a problem.
Just so they can be covered by the council. But of course it's no good in
But of course, now there is going to be the problem when they say what, but, however. On the contrary, something like that. It's no good.
Introducing new regulations if we don't have a way of making sure that everyone obeys them.
Okay, if you don't have a way of making sure that everyone abides, like we say, abide by the law. It's that, abides them.
And that's an area we're still working on with the
Okay, now that is an area we are still working on. So they are working on this area
help of representatives from the police force.
with the help of representatives from the police force. Now, police force is helping. It's not their problem. Support of the police is not a problem. The problem is finding a way to make people follow the rules. So B will be the right answer. Sometimes listening can be very simple in part 1 and part 2. Sometimes from part 1 it starts twisting and all that. Now we go on. We've got questions 14 to 20 and this is map. Of course, maps are on their menu, but they are less frequent now. After Google Map and all that, these maps look so, irrelevant. But still they have it on their menu, but you never know. When you have your exam, they give you the map. So that's why we are going to do it. They say here, proposed traffic changes in Grandford. Same town, Grandford, and proposed traffic changes. Can you see on the top left-hand corner, north, south, west, east? So it's a good idea if it is paper delivered IELTS, on the left side you can write capital W, on the right side you can write capital E, on top you can write capital N, at bottom you can write capital S. Because in the audio, they will say on the west side, on the north side, and all that. And by the way, if they don't give you these things, then they will use on the left side of the map, on the right side of the map, top of the map, bottom of the map, something like that. Now, when they give you half minute to read the questions, don't read the questions. And say, what should I do then? Then you should read the map, which is important. What are questions? Question number 14, new traffic lights. In the audio, they will talk about it very, very clearly. Question number 15, pedestrian crossing. You actually need to read the map. Now, what to read in the map? First of all, the names of the road. Can you see Station Road, High Street, School Road? Okay, now, after this, can you see library? If they say anything outside the library, option B. Okay, now please follow me and answer my questions. If they say at the High Street with Station Road Junction, High Street with Station Road Junction, what will be the answer? A. Junction is where two roads join. All right. If they say it's the opposite side of the bank, C will be the right answer. All right. If they say on School Road with High Street Junction, E will be the right answer. Okay, if they say opposite side of supermarket, the supermarket on High Street, this is important now. There are two supermarkets. So if this is supermarket on High Street, it's that. Other one is supermarket on School Road. All right, if they say just the opposite side of the school, G will be the right answer. Now, if they say on School Road, on the right-hand side, there is a bend. It's there. H is the bend. Bend is more. Okay, so this is the vocabulary that you need to know. And rest is very simple. Question number 14, new traffic lights. Traffic lights is what we say ishare. Right? Okay, so let's see where are they going to fix these traffic lights.
Okay, so this slide shows a map of the central area of Grandford with the High Street in the middle and School Road on the right. Now, we already have a set of traffic lights in the High Street at the junction with Station Road, but we're planning to have another set at the other end at the School Road junction to regulate the flow of traffic along the High Street.
Okay, so please tell me answer when the audio finishes. What's the answer? A. Wow, very good. And you know, after writing A, you will say, IELTS, no problem. I Canada tonight. He said, we already have a set of traffic lights with option A. He said that, and you didn't listen. Because you are so excited, I found the answer. A is not the right answer. Right answer is E. And I tell you why. This is very important, okay?
Okay, so this slide shows a map of the central area of Grandford with the High Street in the middle and School Road on the right. Now, we already have a set of traffic lights in
We already have a set of traffic lights.
the high street at the junction with Station Road.
High Street at the junction with Station Road. That is option A. And he said we already have.
But we're planning to have another set at the other end, at the School Road junction.
We are planning to have another set, the other road, School Road Junction. High Street, School Road Junction. Answer is E. That's right. Okay, good. Now, let's go on. Next, we have pedestrian crossing. We also call it zebra crossing.
We've decided we definitely need a pedestrian crossing. We considered putting this on School Road, just outside the school, but in the end we decided that could lead to a lot of traffic congestion. So we decided to locate it on the High Street, crossing the road in front of the supermarket. That's a very busy area, so it should help things there.
Okay, so why not G? He took you there first, but then he said in the end. Yeah, we considered that. So this is what you need to understand. IELTS always checks and rechecks your understanding. First they took you there, but then they came back. So supermarket, high street, and correct answer is option D.
We've
Just the last one.
decided to locate it on the High Street, crossing the road in front of the supermarket.
Crossing the road in front of the supermarket. Crossing the road means other side of the road. So that is option D. Now, parking allowed. Where are they going to allow parking?
We're proposing some changes to parking. At present, parking isn't allowed on the High Street outside the library, but we're going to change that and allow parking there, but not at the other end of the High Street near School Road.
So, B. He said at present parking is not allowed outside the library, but we are going to change that and allow parking there. And then he again trapped you once again. He said not the other end of that. Okay, please focus.
We're proposing some changes to parking. At present, parking isn't allowed on the High Street outside the library, but we're going to change that and allow parking there.
Okay, we are going to change that and allow parking there. So B is the right answer. Now they trap you.
But not at the other end of the High Street near School Road.
But not the other end of the high street near School Road. Next, new no parking sign. So where are they going to have this no parking sign?
There'll be a new no parking sign on School Road, just by the entrance to the school, forbidding parking for 25 metres. This should improve visibility for drivers.
Okay, new no parking sign just by the entrance to school. G is the right answer. Okay, he said that in the beginning.
There'll be a new no parking sign on School Road, just by the entrance to the school.
On School Road, just by the entrance to the school. So you can see school entrance and it's option G. So, question number 18, new disabled parking spaces. Where are they going to have disabled parking?
As far as disabled drivers are concerned, at present, they have parking outside the supermarket. But lorries also use those spaces. So we've got 2 new disabled parking spaces on the side road up towards the bank. It's not ideal, but probably better than the present arrangement.
Okay, on the side road towards the bank, we have only one option. C is the right option, okay? So you need to pick up these words quickly and you need to pick up the negative sentences quickly as well. C is the right answer. Now, question number 19, widened pavement. They're going to widen the pavement. Pavement is like footpath and widen means choda karna, like that.
We also plan to widen the pavement on School Road. We think we can manage to get an extra half metre on the bend just before you get to the school, on the same side of the road.
Bend before you get to the school on the same side of the road. That is option H. Bend and before you get to the school on the same side of the road. Same side means school side. Okay, one bend is at F as well, but that's different. Okay, last question 20, lorry loading, unloading restrictions.
Finally, we've introduced new restrictions on loading and unloading for the supermarket, so lorries will only be allowed to stop there before 8 a.m. That's the supermarket on School Road. We kept to the existing arrangements.
Okay, that's the supermarket on School Road. And remember, one option will be used once only. So that supermarket D option, we already used it. Okay, so that is why correct answer is option I. Well done. Okay, now we start the party, really. Okay, part 3 is the real part. This is advanced English. Even part 4 is not as confusing as part 3. Remember, when we start part 3, the first difficulty is the content changes. In part 1 and part 2, they have social content. In part 3 and part 4, they have educational content. So that is why sometimes students who are not familiar with university conversations and university projects and all that, they find it difficult. But as you practice, you can overcome that. Part 1 and part 2, they are social. Part 3 and part 4, they are educational. Okay. Now, they have not given any title here, but question number 21 will give us the title. Why is Jack interested in investigating seed germination? Now, we understand seed germination is our topic. In IELTS, they don't expect you to know or to have some sort of, specialized knowledge. They only check your general English. Now, if you don't know what seed germination is, they will tell you in the audio. By the way, seed germination is when a seed turns into plant. That is called seed germination, right? So why? Again, reason. In the audio, there will be a character Jack. And he will tell us why is he interested in seed germination. Okay? There are 3 options. 2 options will be negative. Like there will be 2 characters. One lady, one gentleman. The lady will say, you are interested because of this. And will say, no, that's not the real reason. That option is gone. So elimination is the best way. Option A, he may do a module on related topic later on. Underline module, related topic, later on. Later on means future. And for later on, he may say in the 5th semester, in the next semester. Do a module means he will study another subject related to seed germination. If this is the reason, A will be the right answer. B, career in plant science. Have you noticed I didn't read all the option? Career in plant science. So if the reason is he wants to have a career in plant science, B will be the right answer. And option C, choosing this topic for dissertation. Dissertation is more like final project. So if he is doing it because he wants it as dissertation, you can underline choosing this topic for dissertation or only for dissertation. So if the reason is he's choosing this for dissertation, dissertation is the final project. When you complete your degree, you have to submit a project which is called dissertation, right? Now, let's see what is the reason. And again, I'm telling you, 2 confusing options are there, okay? And English is advanced English, yeah.
We've got to choose a topic for our experiment, haven't we, Jack? Were you thinking of something to do with seeds?
That's right. I thought we could look at seed germination, how a seed begins to grow.
Okay. Any particular reason? I know you're hoping to work in plant science eventually.
Yeah, but practically everything we do is going to feed into that. No, there's an optional module on seed structure and function in the 3rd year that I might do. So I thought it might be useful for that. If I choose that option, I don't have to do a dissertation module.
Good idea.
Huh? Come on. Correct answer is absolutely A. If I do that, I don't have to do dissertation. Dissertation is gone. And for career in plant science, the lady said, and he said, everything I do goes into that, but there is a real reason, another reason, okay? So B and C are wrong and correct answer is A. Please listen again.
We've got to choose
How a seed begins to grow.
How a seed begins to grow, that is seed germination.
Okay. Any particular reason?
Now, we are coming towards the... And you should know when the answer part starts. Any particular reason. Question is why. Now we listen attentively.
I know you're hoping to work in plant science.
I know you're hoping to work in plant science. Means career in plant science. The lady is saying.
eventually.
Yeah, but practically everything we do is going to feed into that. No, there's
He said no. Everything I do is going to feed into that. No. No means career is not the right answer.
an optional module on seed structure and function in the third year that I
Okay, there's an optional module in the third year. So do a module. In the third year means later on. Later on.
might do. So I thought it might be useful for that.
It might be useful for that. That is the reason. It might be useful for that. A is the right answer. Now why C is wrong?
If I choose that option, I don't have to do a dissertation module.
Okay,
Good
if I
idea.
choose that option, I don't have to do dissertation. So instead of focusing the right answer, if you focus wrong answers equally, there are more chances to get the right answer. Question number 22, Jack and Ima agree. Now underline the word agree. 3 options. On 2 options, they will disagree. And you need to eliminate those options where they disagree. Jack and Ima agree the main benefit of the present experiment is that. Now, what is the main advantage? And they agree. One person will say the main advantage is this. The second will say, no, I don't think so. They don't agree. Then another one says, I think the main benefit is this. And the second one says, well, I'm not sure about that. That is not agreement. Agreement means, yes, you are right. Obviously, exactly. All right. Now, what are the options? Describe very easily. So, described easily. Second, carried out inside laboratory. Means you can do it in lab. What does it mean? You don't have to go outside the lab. If this is the right answer, they may say we don't have to go outside the lab. Right? We can perform it all in the lab. Next, completed in time available. Completed time available means we can complete it in 10 days. For example, they say we have only 2 weeks. And the second one says, yes, we can do that easily. We can do that easily. What does it mean? In the given time. So, let's see. Again, please be alert for wrong answers.
Well, I thought for this experiment, we could look at the relationship between seed size and the way the seeds are planted. So we could plant different sized seeds in different ways and see which grow best.
Okay, we'd need to allow time for the seeds to come up.
That should be fine if we start now. A lot of the other possible experiments need quite a bit longer.
So that'd make it a good one to choose. And I don't suppose it'd need much equipment. We're not doing chemical analysis or anything. Though that's not really an issue. We've got plenty of equipment in the laboratory.
Yeah.
Huh? Correct answer is B. All right. Now, let's see. I do it again. That's not the correct answer, by the way. Please listen and listen.
Well, I thought for this experiment, we could look at the relationship between seed size and the way the seeds are planted.
Okay, but he did not say it's very easy. He's saying seed size and how the seeds are planted. So that is option A. He did not say it's easy.
So we could plant different sized seeds in different ways and see which grow best.
Okay, we'd need to allow time for the seeds to come up.
Okay, we need to allow time for the seeds to come up. Now they're talking about time.
That should be fine if we start now.
That should be fine if we start now. Completed in the time available.
A lot of the other possible experiments need quite a bit longer.
Okay, other experiments need quite a bit longer.
So that'd make it a good one to choose.
So, that would make it a good one to choose. What does it mean? They agree. That would make it a good one to choose. Now they confuse you with laboratory. I tell you how.
And I don't suppose it'd need much equipment.
I don't suppose it would need much equipment. It means they don't need laboratory. When he says, I don't suppose it would need much equipment.
We're not doing chemical analysis or...
We are not doing. So when they are not doing chemical analysis, they don't need laboratory. But the confusing thing is...
anything. Though that's not really an issue. We've got plenty of equipment in the laboratory.
Though,
Yeah.
he said, though that is really not an issue. We have plenty of equipment in the laboratory, but do they need laboratory? No, they don't need laboratory. Okay, and they agreed on option C, completed in the time available. Okay, question number 23. What do they decide to check with the tutor? Listen, very simple question. Two things they know already, one thing they don't know, and they will ask the teacher. Right? So, three options. Option A, aim is appropriate. Underline appropriate aim. So, if they say if we are not sure whether our aim is appropriate or not, second one says, let's ask the teacher. Right? Then A will be the right answer. And if they say, we are very clear about our aim, we are very clear about our aim, then it will not be the answer. So whatever they are going to check with the tutor, that will be the answer. Option B, whether anyone else has chosen this topic. So anyone else chosen this topic. For example, if I'm giving a presentation on pollution, and you are also giving presentation on pollution, so we are having the same topic. So if they're going to check with the tutor that anyone has chosen the same topic. And option C, assignment contributes to final grade. Now, if they're going to check assignment contributes to final grade, for example, 5% marks of assignment will be given in the final grades or not. Now, out of three things, what they do not know, and they're going to ask the teacher, that will be the answer. Okay?
We need to have a word with the tutor if we're going to go ahead with it, though. I'm sure our aim's okay. It's not very ambitious, but the assignment's only 10% of our final mark, isn't it? But we need to be sure we're the only ones doing it.
Yeah, it's only 5% actually, but it'd be a bit boring if everyone was doing it.
All right, correct answer is B. Now we see why A and C are. Don't worry, come on, you're still learning. You're not sitting in IELTS exam now. Okay, so don't worry, accept it, enjoy. Right? Enjoy their laddiyan with you. Okay? This is their laddiyan A, B, C and all that. Let's see.
We need to have a word with the tutor if we're going to go ahead with it, though. I'm sure our aim's okay.
I'm sure our aim is okay. Option A, whether their aim is appropriate. He said, I'm sure our aim is okay. If you cross A, now you're left with two options.
It's not very ambitious, but the assignment's only 10% of...
Assignment's only 10%. He knows that. A is gone. C is also gone. He knows that. Assignment is only 10%.
our final mark, isn't it? But we need to be sure we're the only ones doing it.
We need to be sure we are the only ones doing it.
Yeah, it's only 5% actually.
It's only 5%. Assignment. She's coming back. It's only 5%, but they know it.
But it'd be a bit boring if everyone was doing it.
It would be a bit boring if everyone is doing it. So correct answer is B. Again, I'm telling you, sometimes if you are sure about the wrong answers, what will be left will be the right answer. Okay, or what is left will be the right answer. Question number 24. They agree that Graves' book, now they will talk about a book. They agree that Graves' book on seed germination is disappointing because. Now, agree, book, disappointing. Now, what's the reason? 3 reasons. One reason will be given by one person. Second one will say, no, I don't think so. For example, option A, fails to cover recent advances. Right? If they say, although this book covers all the latest material, will it be the answer? No. Because it says fails to cover recent advance. Imagine there is a book and 2 students are discussing that book and they think the book is disappointing. When the book is disappointing, what does it mean? It's not good. Okay, so one reason is fails to cover recent advances, means data is old in the book, like there is no new data. Option B, irrelevant content. The content is irrelevant. It's not relevant to their studies or course or anything. And option C, theoretical focus. See, I'm reading it from right side left. Theoretical focus. Now, if it focuses more on theory, and that is why a book is disappointing, C will be the right answer. If the content is irrelevant, then B will be the right answer. And if the book has old data, not the latest data, latest material, then A will be the right answer. And they have to agree on that.
Did you read that book on seed germination on our reading list?
The one by Graves? I looked through it for my last experiment, though it wasn't all that relevant there. It would be for this experiment, though. I found it quite hard to follow. Lots about the theory, which I hadn't expected.
Yes, I'd been hoping for something more practical. It does include references to the recent findings on genetically modified seeds, though.
Yes, that was interesting.
All right. Okay, correct answer is actually C. Now, I tell you why A is wrong, and it's very important for you to learn and realize it, okay? No problem.
Did you read that book on seed germination on our reading list?
The one by Graves? I looked through it for my last experiment, though it wasn't all that relevant there.
Okay, I looked through it in my last experiment. Is she talking about this experiment? No, she said, I looked through it in my last experiment.
It would be for this experiment.
It would be for this experiment. Means for last experiment, it was not relevant. But it would be relevant for this experiment. So, option B, content is irrelevant, is wrong. Right? It was irrelevant with the last experiment, not this one. B is wrong.
I looked through it for my last experiment, though it wasn't all that relevant there.
It wasn't all that relevant with the last experiment, not with this experiment, okay? Now,
It would be for this experiment, though. I found it quite hard to follow. Lots about the theory, which I
okay, I found it hard to follow. Lots about theory.
hadn't expected.
Yes.
Yes, that's it. Okay, he said yes.
I'd been hoping for something more practical.
I'd been hoping for something more practical. So when something is not more practical, it is theoretical. So correct answer is option C. Now, why A is wrong? Let's check.
It does include references to the recent findings on...
It does include references to the recent findings. Fails to cover recent advances. But this book has recent advances in it. So A is wrong. Okay, question number 25. What does Jack say about the article on seed germination by Lee Hall? Now, article by Lee Hall, and what does Jack say? Option A, diagrams useful. Okay, I didn't read all the option. Diagrams are useful. Option B, analysis thorough. Thorough means in great detail. Analysis thorough. And option C, findings surprising. Right? Findings means result of that is surprising. Now let's see what does Jack say. We will listen to Jack carefully and whatever he says about it. So the subject is article by Lee Hall.
I read an article about seed germination by Lee Hall.
About seeds that lie in the ground for ages and only germinate after a fire.
That's the one. I knew a bit about it already, but not about this research. His analysis of figures comparing the times of the fires and the proportion of seeds that germinated was done in a lot of detail. Very impressive.
Was that the article with the illustrations of early stages of plant development? They were very clear.
I think those diagrams were in another article.
I think those diagrams were in an other article. So it's not A, right? Right answer is C. Well done. That's the wrong answer, huh? B is the right answer. I'll play this again.
I read an article about seed germination by Lee Hall.
About seeds that lie in the ground for ages and only germinate after a fire.
The seeds that lie in ground and germinate after a fire.
That's the one.
That's the one. Now, have they mentioned anything surprising? No?
I knew a bit about it already.
I knew a bit about it already. When you know something, it is not surprising. If you know tonight when you go back home, there is a party for you, will it be surprising? No. You go back home, there is a party. Wow, that is surprising. Okay? So they did not mention the word surprising. They talked about bushfire and he said, I knew about it already. Now please come to option B.
but not about this research. His analysis of figures comparing the times of the fires and the proportion of seeds that germinated was done in a lot of detail.
Okay, his analysis was done in a lot of detail. What is that? Option B. His analysis was done in a lot of detail. Lot of detail means thorough. Now, why A is wrong? This lady is so clever.
Very impressive.
Was that the article with the illustrations of
She's asking, was that the article with the illustrations? Illustration mean diagrams. She's asking, was that the article with illustrations?
early stages of plant development? They were very clear.
I think those diagrams were in another article.
I think those diagrams were in another article. Okay, so I'm sorry, you have to do it. Okay, you need to understand that, and gradually you'll be fine with it. Let's go on. We have another question type here, which is called flowchart completion. Now we have this flowchart and we got to complete it, but the problem is you need to pick up a word from the audio, you need to find the synonym of that word from A, B, C, D, and then you will find the answer. So when they give you half minute to read the questions, you will read questions as well as options. Okay, let's read the options. We are talking about seeds. So keep everything into that context. Seeds and plants and all that. Container. Container. Now for container, they may use the word pot or any other word. Option B, soil. For soil, they may use the word soil, mud, clay, anything. C, weight. Very simple. For weight, they will use the word kilograms, or they may say, for example, weight is noun. What is the verb? Weigh. W-E-I-G-H. How much it weighs. If I say, what is the weight of this glass? How much this glass weighs? W-E-I-G-H-S. Next, condition. For condition, circumstances, or anything like that. E, height. One is height. If I say, what's your height? Or second option is, how tall are you? How tall? Height, tall. Color. For color, they may use green, yellow, orange, blue, anything like that. Types. For types, they commonly use 2 to 3 words. Types, kinds, sorts. S-O-R-T-S, sorts. Types, kinds, sorts. And then depth. For depth, they will use how deep it is. How deep it is, how tall it is, how much it weighs, and all that. Now, stages in the experiment. Question number 26. Select seeds of different dash and sizes. Size is already given. Okay? Different dash and sizes. Let's see.
Anyway, shall we have a look at the procedure for our experiment? We'll need to get going with it quite soon.
Right. So the first thing we have to do is find our seeds. I think vegetable seeds would be best. And obviously they mustn't all be the same size. So how many sorts do we need? About 4 different ones?
I think that would be enough. There'll be quite a large number of seeds for each one.
We need 4 different ones? Yeah, sorts. And then he said 4 different ones. 4 different means again different types. So correct answer is G. No, not types. You will write G. If you write G and types both, your answer will be wrong. Whenever they label anything, A, B, C, D, your answer will be that label. So G is the correct answer. Question number 27. Measure and record the dash and size of each one. Measure and record the dash and size. Size is already mentioned. Which size? Let's see, what do they say?
Then for each seed, we need to find out how much it weighs and also measure its dimensions. And we need to keep a careful record of all that.
Okay.
That'll be quite time-consuming.
All right. How much it weighs, and we have to measure its dimensions. How much it weighs is C, and measure its dimensions means size. That's already mentioned. So correct answer is C. Next, decide on the dash to be used. Decide on what to be used. Soil, color, or anything like that.
And we also need to decide how deep we're going to plant the seeds. Right on the surface, a few millimeters down, or several centimeters.
Okay,
How
so
deep?
then we get planting.
That is H. Well done. Not that difficult, huh? So you can smile now. All right. How deep you're going to plant, few millimeters, centimeters, and all that. Question number 29. Use a different dash for each seed and label it. Yeah, let's see. If you guess, it is A. Use a different container. Exactly.
And we also need to decide.
Do you think we can plant several seeds together in the same plant pot?
No, I think we need a different one for each seed.
Right.
Okay, plant pot, and I think we need a different one. One means plant pot. Plant pot is container. That's right. A is the right answer. And after about 3 weeks, record the plant's dash. After 3 weeks, you're going to record something related to plant.
And we'll need to label them. We can use different coloured labels. Then we wait for the seeds to germinate. I reckon that'll be about 3 weeks, depending on what the weather's like. Then we see if our plants have come up and write down how tall they've grown.
Then all we have to do is look at our...
Okay, write down how tall they have grown. How tall they have grown means option E, that is height. Okay? All right. And you will write these labels, A, B, C, D. Okay? Don't write the words. Okay, guys. Now we've got IELTS listening part 4. Complete the notes below. The question type is notes completion. And in part 4, there is always a lecture which you have to listen to, and then you need to answer the questions. Okay? So what's the topic? It's one word only. No number, just a single word will be your answer. Effects of urban environment. Effects means impact. Urban environment means city environment on animals. Right? In cities, we have animals like pigeons, crows, sparrows, parrots, and all that. So what is the impact of city environment on animals and birds? There is a lecture on that. First, introduction. They will talk about different things and all that. Then they say, question number 31, a few animals were suitable for city life. For example, the dash. Question number 31. What is written below 31? The pigeon. Can you see the word the pigeon? Right? The pigeon and the dash. It means answer is going to be a bird or animal which you can see in the city. The cat, the crow, the sparrow, the parrot, or anything like that. Okay? Because of its general adaptability. Now, what is adaptability? That this bird or animal can change according to the environment, right? Now, let's see. So, answer is one word. Answer is going to be a bird or animal.
Hi. Today, we're going to be looking at animals in urban environments. And I'm going to be telling you about some research on how they're affected by these environments. Now, in evolutionary terms, urban environments represent huge upheavals, the sorts of massive changes that usually happen over millions of years. And we used to think that only a few species could adapt to this new environment. One species which is well known as being highly adaptable is the crow, and there have been various studies about how they manage to learn new skills.
Okay, so one species is the crow. Has anybody written cow? No, okay, that's good. Correct answer is crow. Next, they talk about pigeon. Pigeon is the second animal because walls of city buildings are similar to. Underline the word similar to. Now, similarity of walls of the city building with something, right? Now, for similar to, they may use the word just like. Similar to, for example, answer is similar to mountains. Just like mountains. Look like mountains, right? Seems to be like mountains, anything like that. So, answer will come after similar to, right? So, city buildings are similar. They are going to compare city building with something. So, that comparison, the other comparative will be your right answer.
Another successful species is the pigeon, because they're able to perch on ledges on the walls of city buildings, just like they once perched on cliffs by the sea.
just like they once perched on cliffs by the sea. Now you should know this word. There are small mountains by the sea or big rocks. We call them cliffs. C-L-I-F-F. Okay, C-L-I-F-F-S. Cliffs. Just like the cliffs by the sea. So answer is cliffs. Okay. All right. You may have seen there's the sea and there are big rocks on the beach. They are called cliffs. In fact, question number 33. In fact, many urban animals are adapting with unusual. Now, underline the word unusual. Right? So, for unusual, they will say something that is interesting. Something that is interesting. Even for unusual, they use the word unique. For unusual, they use any other word. So unusual is, if they say something which is interesting is the dash with which they are actually adapting. Adapt means change. One is adopt, one is adapt. Adapt means you change according to the environment. Okay? So let's see.
But in fact, we're now finding that these early immigrants were just the start of a more general movement of animals into cities, and of adaptation by these animals to city life. And one thing that researchers are finding especially interesting is the speed with which they're doing this. We're not talking about gradual evolution here. These animals are changing fast.
So, what is interesting? No. Exactly. Speed is the right answer. It's not unusual evolution. Listen again.
But in fact, we're now finding that these early immigrants were just the start of a more general movement of animals into cities, and of adaptation by these animals to city life. And one thing that researchers are finding especially interesting.
One thing the researchers are finding especially interesting, unusual. Now what is that?
Is the speed with
which
they're doing this.
They are doing this.
We're not talking about gradual evolution here.
We are not talking about gradual evolution here.
These animals are changing fast.
These animals are changing fast. So what is important? That is speed. You cannot write unusual fast. Okay? So speed will be the right answer. Next, they will talk about Emily Snell Rood and small urbanized mammals. For example, like cats, they are small urbanized mammals and all that. She means Emily Snell Rood. She found the size of their, what do they mean by their? Mammals, exactly. The size of their dash had increased. Now, mammals we are talking about, and size of their dash, it means it's going to be the part of their body, right? And the word is increased. Now, there are several synonyms of increased. For example, if I say your height has increased, right? Or your height has jumped in. Your height has jumped in. Your weight has jumped in. Means your weight has increased. So let's see. One body part of mammals increased. As they came to city, their one body part, the size of that increased. Let's see.
Let me tell you about some of the studies that have been carried out in this area. So, in the University of Minnesota, a biologist called Emily Snellrood and her colleagues looked at specimens of urbanized small mammals such as mice and gophers that had been collected in Minnesota and that are now kept in museums there. And she looked at specimens that had been collected over the last 100 years, which is a very short time in evolutionary terms. And she found that during that time, these small mammals had experienced a jump in brain size when compared to rural mammals.
Okay, they have experienced jump in brain size. Jump in brain size means their brain had increased. Size of their brain had increased. So correct answer is brain. Let's go on. Question number 35. She suggests this may be due to the need to locate new sources of dash. Now, new sources of locate. For locate, they may use the word find. Find new sources of something and to deal with new dangers. Now, dangers is already mentioned, but you will only focus new sources of something.
Now, we can't be sure this means they're more intelligent, but since the sizes of other parts of the body didn't change, it does suggest that something cognitive was going on. And Snellrud thinks that this change might reflect the cognitive demands of adjusting to city life, having to look in different places to find food, for example, and coping with a whole new set of dangers.
Having to look at different places to find food. Excellent. New sources of food. Having to look at different places to find food and a new set of dangers that is already mentioned. Next is Katerina Marunda. No, Miranda. Okay. It's not maroon. You know what marunda is? Rice biscuit. Yeah. So Katerina Miranda focused on dash of urban and rural blackbirds. Now topic is blackbird. Katerina Miranda focused on one part of blackbird. Let's see what aspect is that.
Then over in Germany, at the Max Planck Institute, there's another biologist called Katerina Miranda, who's done some experiments with blackbirds living in urban and rural areas. And she's been looking not at their anatomy, but at their behavior.
She's been looking not at their anatomy, but their behavior. And you may write behavior with O-U-R or O-R. I mean, British and American spelling. Both are fine. Okay, question number 37. She found, again the same Katerina Miranda, she found urban birds were often braver, but were afraid of situations that were. Now, healthy food. Food that is healthy. Again, I told you, I will tell you again. Situations that were. For example, situations that were dangerous. In the audio, what will they say? Dangerous situations, right? So, let's see.
So, as you might expect, she's found that the urban blackbirds tend to be quite bold. They're prepared to face up to a lot of threats that would frighten away their country counterparts. But there's one type of situation that does seem to frighten the urban blackbirds, and that's anything new, anything they haven't experienced before. And if you think about it,
one type of situation, and that is anything new. Exactly. Correct answer is new. One type of situation, and that is anything new. So situations that were new, and for situations they use the word anything and then new. Next we've got Jonathan Atwell studies how animals respond to urban environments. He found that some animals respond to dash by producing lower levels of hormones. Right? Now, if you know biology and you know when do we produce lower levels of hormones, you can find the answer. Okay, does anybody know? When do human or animals produce lower levels of hormone? Okay, you'll find it here, don't worry.
Jonathan Atwell in Indiana University is looking at how a range of animals respond to urban environments. He's found that when they're under stress, their endocrine systems react by reducing the amount of hormones such as corticosterone into their blood.
So,
it's a sensible seeming adaptation.
When they are under stress, exactly, when they are under stress, it means they respond to stress by producing lower levels of hormones. Please focus again.
Jonathan Atwell in Indiana University is looking at how a range of animals respond to urban environments. He's found that when they're under stress, their endocrine systems react by reducing the amount of hormones such as corticosterone into their blood.
Okay, question number 39. Sarah Parton's team found urban squirrels. Now, topic is urban squirrel and Sarah Parton's. Urban squirrels use their dash to help them communicate. Any guess? Squirrel, you have seen squirrel. It's a small animal, right? So, which part of body squirrel may use to communicate? Tail, right? This is common. You cannot say tongue. Squirrel will not say, hello, how are you? Okay, so squirrel will use one part of body, and the part of body that you see which is moving all the time, that is her tail. Exactly. Let's see.
There's just one more study I'd like to mention, which is by Sarah Parton and her team. And they've been looking at how squirrels communicate in an urban environment. And they've found that a routine part of their communication is carried out by waving their tails.
Routine
You do
parts
also
of
see-
their communication is carried out by waving their tails. How do you spell tail? T-A-L? T-A-I-L. Why not T-A-L-E, tail? That means story. Exactly. All right. So correct answer is T-A-I-L, tail. Singular or plural, both are correct. Tails or tail. Okay, now we are going to start, and we have this reading test, and we are going to solve it all together. We will go through all the questions one by one. We'll start from... Okay, we've got this reading test, and we are going to solve it all one by one. We will go through every question type. I'll tell you how to read and understand the question, then how to go to the passage and locate the answer, find the answer, and all that. Remember, you don't have to read all the passages. Okay, there are 3 long passages. In order to answer 40 questions, you don't have to read all the passages. What you need to do, you need to go to those locations where there is the answer. And then you're going to start your reading. Don't try to read all the passage from the beginning till the end. You will waste your time, and then you will not be able to manage reading in 1 hour. Then it'll take more time. And in actual exam, they'll give you just 1 hour to solve the test. Now, whenever you start, you need to read the title. What's the title? Stonehenge. So we know this Stonehenge. Some people don't know. If you don't understand what Stonehenge is, then you can read the first paragraph, few sentences, and you will be clear about Stonehenge. And otherwise, even if you don't know what Stonehenge is, it doesn't matter. Right? Stonehenge is one of the wonders of the world. There are some stones and all that. Now we come to questions. We've got questions 1 to 8. And this is complete the notes below. Remember, in IELTS, there are 2 types of questions. One is type A, where questions and answers are in order. And one is type B, where questions and answers are not in order. For type B questions, you will have to scan all the passage. For type A questions, you will have to find the location of the answer, and then you will find the answer in 1 sentence or maximum 2 sentences. Okay, so it's like this. Now you can see the passage is not labeled. Labeling means A, B, C, D and all that. If you take a look, okay, second passage is not labeled, and even third passage is not labeled. So you are lucky. We have all type A questions. If the passage is labeled A, B, C, then there are 2 types of questions which I call type B questions, and those questions are, number 1, which paragraph contains the following information? And the second type is list of headings. Okay, for list of heading questions and the headings, they are not in order. And for which paragraph contains the following, they are not in order as well. So let's get started. Stonehenge, we come to questions. Please come to questions. It's written, complete the notes below. Questions 1 to 8, complete the notes below. Choose no more than 2 words. Now there is no number, and no more than 2 means maximum 2, minimum 1. Stonehenge, construction, stage 1. Now please come back to the passage and look for stage 1. Stage 1, first stage, first or stage 1. Second paragraph, second line, after full stop, first. So what does it mean? Stage 1. Now this is called finding the location of your answer. Once you know the location, now you read the question. From the question we found a clue word, and the clue word was stage 1. And now we are just reading it here. Now let's read the question. Stage 1, the ditch and henge were dug, possibly using tools made from. Now the material with which they made the tools, that material will be the answer. So second paragraph, second line after full stop, first Neolithic Britons used primitive tools which may have been fashioned out of deer antlers. So tools were made from deer antlers. Now what is the right answer? Deer antlers. If you write only antlers, it is wrong. If you write only deer, it is again wrong. So correct answer is deer antlers. Okay, question number 2. Dash may have been arranged in deep pits inside the circle. Now just put what in the question. For example, question number 2. What may have been arranged in deep pits inside the circle? Now we go back, we look for circle, what may have been arranged there and all that. As I told you, questions and answers are in order. So same paragraph, second last line. Deep pits, that is our clue word. Deep pits dating back to the era and located within the circle may have once held a ring of timber posts. A ring of timber posts. So what does it mean? Timber posts may have been arranged in deep pits inside the circle. For that they use the word a ring of timber posts. So correct answer is timber posts. Timber is wood and post is like this. This is a pillar. So post is like a pillar. Timber post means a pillar made out of wood. Okay, we have question stage 2 and you need a pen? Okay, Ashwani, please arrange that. Stage 2, blue stones, but there is no question about it. Then they say Presley Hills and all that. So blue stone and Presley Hills, they are our clue words. And then they say theories about the transportation of the blue stones. One theory is archaeological theory. And there they say builders used dash to make sledges and rollers. Now what is it that builders used to make sledges and rollers? We go back. Okay, so can you see these words here? Yes, it's third paragraph where you can see blue stone and they talk about other stuff. Now what we are going to do, we are just going to see archaeological thing. Builders used something. We need to look for builders and all that. Fourth paragraph, first line, the last word. According to one long-standing theory among archaeologists. Now see that our clue word was archaeologist and builders. Stonehenge builders fashioned sledges and rollers out of tree trunks. So out of tree trunks means builders used tree trunks to make sledges and rollers. So what is the right answer? The right answer is tree trunks. Builders used, and for that they said Stonehenge builders fashioned sledges and rollers out of tree trunks. Out of tree trunks means they use tree trunks to make sledges and rollers. Rollers are just the round pieces of wood. Like have you seen when they put the boat in the sea, they have rollers, long rollers made out of wood. Okay, next, dash pulled them. Now what do they mean by them? Sledges and rollers, exactly. So dash pulled sledges and rollers on giant baskets. Now what pulled? Human or some animals or anything like that? Let's go on. You need to look for the word giant baskets. Can you see that? Giant baskets. Second last line, and you can see the word baskets. So we are going to read it from third last line. When you find the clue word, read that sentence from the last full stop. So, it's the fourth paragraph, third last line. More recent archaeological hypotheses have them transporting the blue stones with supersized wicker baskets on a combination of ball bearings and long groove planks hauled by oxen. Now, what is the meaning of hauled? Pulled. Exactly. Pulled by, hauled by, and correct answer is oxen. Ox and oxen is plural. A pair of ox is called oxen. Okay, next is geological. So, they were brought from Wales by dash. Now, Wales is your clue word. You're going to look for Wales. Found it? Okay, title page, last paragraph, and there you will find the word Wales. So they were brought to Wales by. I'm reading it from second line. Last paragraph, second line. Challenging the classic image of industrious builders pushing, carting, rolling and hauling giant stones from faraway Wales, some scientists have suggested that it was glaciers, not humans, that carried the blue stone. So it was glaciers that carried the blue stone. So they were brought from Wales by glaciers. Correct answer for that is glaciers. Question number 5. All right, next we've got stage 3 and then we have builders. Stage 3 and builders. A theory arose in the 17th century. Look for 17th century. 17th century. Second page, second paragraph. So it's a good idea to locate the answer, then read the question. A theory arose in the 17th century that its builders were Celtic dash. Now Celtic what? Okay, let's come back. Second page, second paragraph, but who were the builders? Now they were Celtic dash. Who were the builders of Stonehenge? In the 17th century, archaeologist John Aubrey made the claim that Stonehenge was the work of Druids who had important religious, judicial and political roles in Celtic. So who were they? Celtic what? Huh? No. Read it again carefully. Okay, just see. John Aubrey made the claim that Stonehenge was the work of Druids who means Druids had important religious, judicial and political roles in Celtic. So they were Celtic Druids. Okay, you need to read like this. They were actually Celtic Druids. So correct answer is Druids. Question number 7, purpose. Many experts agree it has been used as a. Now the purpose of Stonehenge. It has been used as a dash site. Many experts agree. So we go on. Experts agree. Look for experts and then look for the synonym of site. Experts and site. Come on, experts and site. All right, why don't you come to third last paragraph and we just see it there. So if the facts surrounding the architects and construction of Stonehenge remain shadowy at best, the purpose of the striking monument is even more of a mystery. While there is consensus among the majority of modern scholars. Who are modern scholars? Experts. For modern scholars, they use the word experts. Okay, that is the word they use. Many experts agree. And for agree, what is the word? Consensus. When there is a consensus, it means they agree. While there is consensus among the majority of modern scholars that Stonehenge once served the function of burial ground. So once served the function of means it has been used as a. Used as a means function of. And what is the answer? Burial ground or only burial? Why burial? Because for ground they have given a word site. And this is very important to keep an eye what is after the blank. So correct answer is burial. Burial ground is like graveyard. Question number 8. In the 1960s, it was suggested that it worked as a kind of. It means Stonehenge worked as a kind of. 1960s. Can you see that? Second last paragraph. In the 1960s, the astronomer Gerald Hawkins suggested that the cluster of megalithic stones operated as a form of calendar. As a form of calendar means in the 1960s, it was suggested that it worked as a kind of. Kind of and form of, they are synonyms. And correct answer is calendar. And when you're doing IELTS reading, do not trust your memory for spelling. The spelling of calendar is often, the word calendar is often misspelled. D-A-R. Sometimes people write D-R-E, which is wrong. Okay. So correct answer for number 8 is calendar. Now you may have noticed we found all the answers. They were in order, but we skipped some paragraphs. So remember, the clue word technique is going to be very important. Once you reach the right place, then you have to read. And if you read everything, then you will waste all the time here. Only read the part of the passage which you think is related to question. And for that, you need to find the clue word. Now we come to questions 9 to 13. Do the following statements agree with the information given in reading passage 1? True, false, not given. So we've got question number 9. During the third phase of construction, what's the clue word? Third phase. Now what happened? Let's see. During the third phase of construction, let's go back and we see where to talk about third phase. Look for third phase. Second page. First paragraph, the third phase. Now this is the location, and by the way, you will find all the answers in order from here onwards. Now you don't need to read all the passage, just here onwards, sequence wise you will find all the answers. Now what's the question? During the third phase of construction, sandstone slabs were placed in both the outer areas and the middle of the Stonehenge. Now sandstone slabs, if they were placed outer area and the middle, answer is true. If only outer area or only middle, answer is false. And if they don't tell us whether that was outer area or middle, they don't tell us the location where the sandstone slabs were placed, answer will be not given. So sandstone slabs. Third phase, found it? Okay, now I'm going to read it from there. The third phase, second sentence. At this point, sandstone slabs known as sarcens were arranged into an outer crescent or ring. Some were assembled into the iconic three-piece structure called trillions that stand tall in the center. Now first they said outer and then they said center. So come back to question. Sandstone slabs were placed in both outer and middle. For center, they use the word middle. So what is the answer? Answer is true. Well done. Question number 10. There is a scientific proof. Now, whenever they say there is a scientific proof, if they have a scientific proof, then answer is true. If they don't have it, answer is false, otherwise not given. There is a scientific proof that the blue stone stood in the same spot until approximately 1600 BCE. Now 1600 BCE and blue stone, and if there is a scientific proof for that. Same paragraph. I'm reading it from third last line. Radiocarbon dating, found it? Radiocarbon dating has revealed, now that is scientific proof. Radiocarbon dating has revealed that work continued at Stonehenge until roughly 1600 BCE, with the blue stone in particular being repositioned multiple times. Now blue stone was repositioned multiple times. What is the question? Scientific proof that blue stone stood in the same spot. No, it was relocated multiple times, so the answer is false. Well done. Question number 11. John Aubrey's claim about Stonehenge was supported by 20th century findings. Now, if it was supported, answer is true. If it disapproved it, answer is false, otherwise not given. John Aubrey and 20th century. Very next paragraph, found it? Okay, but who were the builders of Stonehenge? In the 17th century, archaeologist John Aubrey made the claim that Stonehenge was the work of Druids. We read it already. Now please come to third line. This theory was widely popularized by the antiquarian William Stukeley, who had unearthed primitive graves at the site. Even today, people who identify as modern Druids continue to gather at Stonehenge for the summer solstice. However, in the mid-20th century, radiocarbon dating demonstrated that Stonehenge stood more than 1,000 years before the Celts inhabited the region. Now, that is the latest thing. What's the question? John Aubrey's claim about Stonehenge was supported. Was it supported? No, it was not supported. They said in mid-20th century, radiocarbon dating demonstrated that Stonehenge stood more than 1,000 years. And it was before cells. And John Aubrey said it was 1,000 years and the cells made it. But radiocarbon said it was before cells and more than 1,000 years. So what is the answer? Answer is false, because they did not support him. John Aubrey's claim was not supported, and 20th century finding is that radiocarbon. Question number 12. Objects discovered at Stonehenge seem to indicate that it was constructed by a number of different groups of people. Now, if it was constructed by a number of different groups of people, answer is true. If only one group of people constructed it, answer is false. Otherwise, not given. So please come to third paragraph. Title page, third paragraph. Many modern historians and archaeologists now agree that several distinct tribes of people contributed to Stonehenge. What does it mean? It was constructed by a different group of people. For different group of people, they use the word several distinct tribes of people contributed to Stonehenge. So, objects discovered at Stonehenge seem to indicate that it was constructed by a number of different groups of people. Correct answer is true. Number 13, criticism of Gerald Hawkins' theory about Stonehenge has come mainly from the astronomers. Now, if the criticism of Gerald Hawkins' theory comes from astronomers, answer is true. If it comes from some other source, not astronomers, answer is false. And if they don't tell us where does this criticism come from, then answer is not given. Second last paragraph. Second last paragraph, fourth last line. While his theory, okay, now let's read it. While his theory has received a considerable amount of attention over the decades, critics maintain that Stonehenge builders probably lacked the knowledge necessary to predict such events, or the England's dense cloud cover would have obscured their view of the skies. Now, have they mentioned that criticism of Gerald Hawkins' theory came from astronomers? There is no mention of that, so what is the answer? Answer is not given. Very good. Okay guys, now we go on. It's reading passage 2, living with artificial intelligence. So we are living with artificial intelligence now. We can understand all the things. Powerful artificial intelligence, AI, needs to be reliably aligned with human values. But does this mean AI will eventually have to police those values? You need to understand. Powerful artificial intelligence needs to be reliably aligned with human values. Like what we value, our culture, our, religion, ethical values and all that. So artificial intelligence should be according to our values. But does this mean AI will eventually have to police those values? Police means guard, protect. So do you think AI will protect those values? Like for example, if it is like you belong to a certain community and you're doing something against the value of that community, AI will tell you. Right? For example, AI will tell you, you are a Muslim, alcohol is not allowed in your religion, don't drink it. Something like that, okay? So this is the whole topic. It's going to be a bit technical. Academic reading is always technical. And who are gender training IELTS candidates? You will receive this in part 3. Part 3 of gender training reading is exactly the same. There is a long passage based on science, research, technology, innovation, and you have to solve it, okay? So now gender training guys, you are solving third passage. All passages are actually the third passage for them. Now we come to questions. Wow, 14 to 19, we have multiple choice questions. So there are 4 options. Even if you try to do tukka, your answers will be wrong because there are 4 options. If there would be 2 options, then you could just do that. But we have 4 options, right? So the good thing is questions and answers are in order. Once you find one answer, you go on, you will find other answers and all that. Next, 20 to 23, we have yes, no, not given. And 24 to 26, we have summary completion with a box. So where should we start from? It's a good idea to start from summary completion. Then you can do yes, no, not given. And in the end, you can do multiple choice questions. So let's start with 24 to 26. Complete the summary using the list of phrases A to F below. Using AI in the UK health system. Now let's go back. See, where do they talk about UK health system? UK health system. Look for UK health system. Try to see the last few paragraphs. UK health service. It's the third last paragraph of the passage where they talk about UK health system. Now the good thing is you will find all three answers in these 2 or 3 paragraphs. Okay. Now we read question number 24. Basically, it is summary completion with a box. First of all, you will find a word from the passage. Then you will see the synonym of that word in the box. And then you're going to write that label A, B, C, D, E, F. Now, let's see. AI currently has a limited role in the way dash are allocated in health service. Now, what are allocated? Okay, dash means answer should be plural. Dash are allocated in the health service. So please follow me. I'm reading third last paragraph of the passage. These issues might seem far-fetched, but they are to some extent already here. AI already has some input into how resources are used in our national health service. How resources are used in our national health service. So what is the answer? Resources. Now let's look for a word for resources in the box. Option C, well done. Available resources. So correct answer for question number 24 is C. Have you noticed first we found the word in the passage, then we found the synonym of that word in the box, and we are going to write A, B, C. So C will be the right answer. And the questions that we are doing right now, these questions are same in general training IELTS as well as in academic IELTS. Only passages are different. Questions are 100% same. Let's go on. Question number 25. Then they say positive aspect of AI having a bigger role is that it would be more efficient and lead to patients' benefits. However, such a challenge would result, for example, in certain dash not having their current level of dash. Now 2 answers will come together. For example, in certain dash not having their current level of dash. So please come back. Same paragraph. For example, they use the word e.g. Look for the word e.g. Good. And they have used the word however. Can you see third last line? Same paragraph, third last line, however. I'm reading it from here. However, we would be depriving some humans, for example, senior doctors. Now look for something, senior doctors. The synonym of senior doctors. Medical practitioners. So what will be the answer? Answer is A. Do not write medical practitioners. That will be wrong. You just need to write the label. Okay, whenever they label anything, you will only use the label. If you write A on your answer sheet and you write medical practitioners also, your answer will be absolutely wrong. So correct answer is option A. Not having their current level of. Now let's read on. Senior doctors of the control they presently enjoy. So, senior doctors of the control they presently enjoy. Since we want to ensure that people are treated equally and the policies are fair, the goals and all that. So let's see. What is the word for control they presently enjoy? They means senior doctors. Exactly. Not having their current level of. For control, they use the word professional authority. Control and authority, they are synonyms. So question number 26, correct answer is E. Got it now? See, we found all 3 answers in one paragraph. So it's going to be like this. Summary completion is like this. Now we come to yes, no, not given. And yes, no, not given is like true, false, not given. But the most important thing is students usually write true, false for yes, no, which is absolutely wrong. Students usually write Y, N for yes, no, T, F for true, false, which is also wrong. So you need to be extra careful with such type of careless mistakes. Your all answers may be wrong. For example, there are 8 questions and you have written T, F and G. Or for yes, no, you have written true, false. Again, your right answers may be wrong. Now, question number 20, machines with the ability to make more decisions may prevent us from prompting the interests of our communities. Now, just see, machines with the ability to make moral decisions may prevent us, means they will stop us from promoting the interest of our community. Like being a Pakistani, I cannot promote the interest of Pakistanis. Something like that. That's what they are saying. So, let's come back. Look for the word machines. Okay, machines, and then they said machines and communities. Machines and communities. Second page, third paragraph, third line, machines and communities. Okay, if you find only machines elsewhere without communities, that is not the right location. The right location is where you find machines with communities. Okay, now please follow me. We read it from here. Second page, third paragraph, third line. Machines who are better than us at sticking to the moral high grounds may be expected to discourage. To discourage means they will stop. To discourage some of the lapses we presently take for granted, we might lose our freedom to discriminate in favor of our own communities. So, we might lose our freedom. What is to discriminate? If I am Pakistani, I will favor Pakistanis. If I am Indian, I will favor Indians only. So that is what we call discriminate. We might lose our freedom to discriminate. What's the question? Machines with the ability to make more decisions may prevent us, means they will stop us from promoting the interests of our community. Promoting the interest of our community means discriminate. So machines will stop us from discrimination. What will be the answer? Answer is yes, absolutely. Question number 21, Silicon Police. Now the clue word is Silicon Police. Silicon Police would need to exist in large numbers in order to be effective. Now, if Silicon Police and large numbers to be effective, answer is yes. If they can be effective with small number, answer is no. And if they don't tell us about numbers, large or small, then answer is not given. So where is Silicon Police? It's the next paragraph, okay? So please come to second page, fourth paragraph, and I'm reading it from third line. But are we ready for ethical Silicon Police limiting our options? They might be so good at doing it that we will not notice them, but few of us are likely to welcome such a future. So have they mentioned the number of Silicon Police? They did not mention. What should be the answer? Answer is not given. Well done. Question number 22. Many people are comfortable with the prospect of their independence being restricted by machines. Now, many people are comfortable. If people are comfortable that their independence is restricted by machine, so answer is yes. And if people are uncomfortable, answer is no. And if they don't tell us whether people are comfortable or not, it is not given. So please come back. We are here, same paragraph, where they talk about Silicon Police. Loss of freedom to behave badly isn't always a bad thing, of course. Denying ourselves the freedom to put children to work in factories or to smoke in restaurants are signs of progress. But are we ready for ethical Silicon Police? And then they say, but few of us are likely to welcome such a future. Now, welcome means comfortable. Few of us, right? They said few of us are likely to welcome such a future. What's the question? Many people are comfortable. Are there many people? Few of us. So what should be the answer? No. Well done. Very good. Got the point? They said few of us, and here they say many people. So it's the opposite. Answer is no. Question number 23. If we want to ensure that machines act in our best interests, we all need to work together. So if we want to make sure machines work in our best interest, we all need to work together. Answer is yes. If we need to work independently, answer is no. Otherwise, not given. Second last paragraph. We have a new powerful technology to deal with, itself literally a new way of thinking for our own safety. We need to point these new thinkers in the right direction and get them to act well for us. It is not yet clear whether this is possible, but if it is, it will require a cooperative spirit. Now, what is cooperative spirit? We need to work together. That is cooperative spirit. What's the question? If we want to ensure machines act in our best interest, we all need to work together. Work together means cooperative spirit. So what is the answer? Answer is yes. Well done. Okay. Finally, multiple choice questions. Okay. Reading is like this. जैसा मर्जी मुंह बनाए. I don't care. Reading is like this. Okay. मुझे घूर के देखते. मुझे गुस्से से हो. मेरा क्या कसूर है भाई, मैं बुक सॉल्व कर रहा हूँ and all that. So don't look at me angrily. Okay. All right. Let's see. Now we have multiple choice questions. Multiple choice questions are also type A. Type A means questions and answers are in order. Okay. Now we have 4 options, and out of 4 options, 1 option is correct. How to do it? First, read the question. Second, go to the passage and find the relevant information in the passage, or find the answer to the question in the passage. Then keep that answer in mind and match it with A, B, C, D. This is how you'll find the answer. Don't read options before. Only question. Now let's see. We do it together. What point does the writer make about AI in the first paragraph? Look, they are so dayalu. They have told us that you go to first paragraph, and what point does the writer make? Okay, first paragraph, and writer's point usually comes in the middle or at the end. They start it like, this has been a decade of AI with one astonishing feat after another and all that. Okay, now please come to the middle after question mark. Yesterday's news, what's next? True, these prodigious accomplishments are all in so-called narrow and AI, where machines perform highly specialized tasks, but many experts believe this restriction is very temporary. By mid-century, we will have artificial general intelligence. Mid-century means 2050. Machines that can achieve human-level performance on the full range of tasks that we ourselves can tackle. So they are talking about future. Mid-century means future. 2050, artificial intelligence will receive human-level performance and they will perform all the tasks. Now, let's go through all the options. And removing the wrong options is called elimination. You have to eliminate the wrong choices. Option A. It is difficult to predict how quickly AI will progress. Yes or no? No. Option B. Much can be learned about the use of AI in the chess machines. No. Option C. Future is unlikely to see limitations on the capabilities of AI. Yes. Option D. Experts disagree on which specialized task AI will be able to perform. No. Correct answer is option C. Future is unlikely to see limitation. What is that? Human level performance. Now, human level performance means there is no limitation. So, correct answer for question number 14 is C. Now we come to question number 15. What is writer doing in second paragraph. Now we will go back and see writer is dancing or what else the writer is doing. Second paragraph, it's a short paragraph. Let's see what is writer doing. If so means that human level performance. If so, there is little reason to think it will stop there. Machines will be free of many of the physical constraints on human intelligence. Our brains run at slow biochemical processing speeds on the power of light bulb, and their size is restricted. Now he is talking about the restriction of human brain. Like the size is restricted, our brains run at slow biochemical processing speed. Size is restricted by the dimensions of the human birth canal. So he is talking about human brain, size is restricted and all that. Now we come back. Okay, what is writer doing in the second paragraph? Option A, explaining why machines will be able to outperform humans. Okay, maybe or no. Option B, describing the characteristics that humans and machines share. They did not mention any similarities. Option C, giving information about the development of machine intelligence. He did not tell us the history of machine intelligence. No. Option D, indicating which aspects of human are most advanced. No, he's just telling us about the size. So correct answer is option A, explaining why machines will be able to outperform. And why? Because human brain size is limited. Machines may have unlimited brain size and they can perform even better. And human brain works like a light bulb, he mentioned. And the machines can perform better. Correct answer is option A. Question number 16. What does the writer mention? Why does the writer mention the story of King Midas? King Midas. Now we look for King Midas. Third paragraph. Now we see why does the writer mention the story of King Midas. Okay, I'm reading it, third paragraph, third last line. But the more powerful AI. Found it? But the more powerful AI. I'm reading it from here. Everyone found it? It's third paragraph, fifth line. But the more powerful AI becomes, the more important it will be to specify its goals with great care. Folklore is full of tales of people who ask for the wrong thing with disastrous consequences. Now, what is it? Folklore is full of tales of people who ask for the wrong thing. Now, people asked for the wrong thing with disastrous consequences, means results. King Midas, for example. So why is he giving this example of King Midas? People ask for the wrong thing with the disastrous results. Might have wished. King Midas, for example, might have wished that everything he touched turned to gold, but didn't really intend this to apply to his breakfast. If you remember a story, a folklore, that there was a king and he asked a saint, give me a power, everything I touch turns into gold. Then everything, he was drinking water, water turned into gold. He was having apple, apple turned into gold. So see, people have desires, but those desires become disastrous in the future. This is what he's telling us. Just focus this sentence. As he said, but the more powerful AI becomes, the more important it will be to specify its goals with great care. Folklore is full of tales of people who ask for the wrong thing with disastrous consequences. Now, please come back. Why does the writer mention the story of King Midas? Option A, to compare different visions of progress? No. Option B, to illustrate that poorly defined objectives can go wrong. Now, what was the objective? Everything I touch should be turned into gold. Okay, so poorly defined objective can go wrong. Like even he wanted to eat something, that turned into gold and all that. So B is the right answer. What is C? To emphasize the need for cooperation? Not at all. Option D, to point out the financial advantages of a course of action. They did not mention financial advantages. Question number 17. What challenge does the writer refer to in the fourth paragraph? Now we will go to fourth paragraph and we will see there is a challenge. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we need to create powerful AI machines that are human friendly. All right, second line after full stop. One thing that makes this task difficult is that we are far from reliably human friendly ourselves. Okay, now he's coming to the problem. What is that? We are far from reliably human friendly ourselves. Like we are not human friendly. We are causing pollution. We are causing so many problems. We do many terrible things to each other and to many other creatures with whom we share the planet. Now, this is the problem he is highlighting. If super intelligent machines don't do a lot better than us, we will be in deep trouble. So if machines do not perform better than us, we will be in deep trouble. We will have powerful new intelligence amplifying the dark sides of our own fallible natures. So, what challenge does the writer refer to in the fourth paragraph? Option A, encouraging humans to behave in a more principled way? No. Option B, deciding which values we want AI to share with us? Maybe. Option C, creating a better world for all creatures on the planet? He's only saying we are harming other creatures. Option D, ensuring AI is more human friendly than we ourselves. That is the right answer. Ensuring AI is more human friendly. Please come back. As he said here, AI machines that human friendly. And then he said that we are not, third line. Please come to last paragraph, third line. We are far from reliably human friendly ourselves. So we need machines that are going to be more human friendly. We do many terrible things to each other. Like, for example, we fight wars. We have world wars and all that. And to many other creatures with whom we share the planet. So that is option D, ensuring AI is more human friendly than we are ourselves. Question number 18, what does the writer suggest about the future of AI in the fifth paragraph? Fifth paragraph, future of AI, 1, 2, 3, 4, and fifth paragraph is on the next page. So what does the writer suggest about the future of AI? For safety's sake, then, we want the machines to be ethically as well as cognitively superhuman. We want them to aim for the moral high ground, not for the troughs in which many of us spend some of our time. So what do we want? 2 points. One is we want the machines to be ethically as well as cognitively. Cognitively means according to their thoughts, something related to thinking or brain-wise. Ethically and cognitively superhuman. We want machines to aim for the moral high grounds, not for the troughs in which many of us spend some of our time. Means in the past, we have done terrible mistakes being human, so we don't want machines to do that. And then they say, luckily, they will be smart enough for the job. If there are routes for the more high grounds, they will be better than us at finding them and steering us in the right direction. Now, question number 18. What does the writer suggest about the future of AI in the fifth paragraph? A, safety of machines will become a key issue. No, he did not talk about safety as a key issue. Option B, it is hard to know what impact machines will have on the world. He didn't mention that it is difficult to know and all that. Option C, machines will be superior to human in certain aspects. They use the word, they said here, we want the machines to be ethically as well as cognitively superhuman. Now, superhuman is someone that is better than human. So, machines will be superior to human in certain respects. And option D, many humans will oppose machines having a wider role. They didn't mention that. Correct answer for that is option C. Question number 19. Which of the following best summarizes the writer's argument in the sixth paragraph? Now we come to sixth paragraph. And we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6th. So again, we are going to look for the summary of the paragraph, and this usually comes at the end of the paragraph. They start, however, there are two big problems with this utopian vision. So they discuss the problems. Now please come to fourth last line. This won't be easy. Found it? Same paragraph, fourth last line. This won't be easy given that we are tribal creatures. Tribal creatures are like we live in communities. So we are tribal creatures and conflicted about the ideas ourselves. And these conflicts are like world wars and all that. We often ignore the suffering of strangers and even contribute to it, at least indirectly. How then we do point machines in the direction of something better? Got the point? He says we are increasing. If we see a stranger injured, we'll ignore. If we see our relative injured, we will actually stop there and all that. He says this will not be easy given that we are tribal creatures, conflicted, and then we often ignore the sufferings of others and contribute to them and all that. Now please come. Question number 19. Which of the following best summarizes the writer's argument in the 6th paragraph? Option A, more intelligent machines will result in greater abuses of power. No. Option B, machine learning will share very few features with human learning. No. Now 50-50 chance. Option C, there are a limited number of people with the knowledge to program machines. No. So when 3 options are gone, most definitely right option is D. Human shortcomings will make creating the machines we need more difficult. And what are human shortcomings? We increase the agony, we are conflicted people and all that stuff. So correct answer for question number 19 is option D. Alright, now reading passage 3, an ideal city. इनकी ऐसी की तैसी, again they are going to just take us to ideal city. Leonardo da Vinci's ideal city. Wow, it's amazing. Leonardo da Vinci, you may have heard the name. Ideal city was centuries ahead of its time. Like Leonardo da Vinci passed away many years ago, but his ideal city was centuries ahead of his time. Like the idea he gave, even today we follow those ideas of a modern city. So it means he thought ahead of his time. He thought about future. Now the whole thing is about Leonardo da Vinci and his ideal city, properties of ideal city, what should be in ideal city, what type of facilities make it an ideal city and all that. After this we come to questions. Wow, that's simple. Questions 27 to 33, true, false, not given. 34 to 40, one word only. So where should we start from? One word only, summary completion. Then we can do true, false, not given, right? So it's good. And if the time runs out, no, I'll not tell you that. Otherwise you'll be doing the same. Questions 34 to 40. Complete the summary below. Choose one word only. Leonardo da Vinci's ideal city. A collection of Leonardo da Vinci's paperwork reveals his design of a new city beside the Ticino River. Look for Ticino River. Go back. Search Ticino River. Ticino River. Ticino River. Now you are scanning. Scan quickly. Title page. Ticino River. Always scan from the title page, Ticino River. That is the last paragraph, title page, and you will find it in 4th line. Okay, Ticino River. T capital, R capital, you can easily spot it. And whenever you scan, scan from the title page. And when you're scanning, don't worry. Left to right, right to left, you can scan anyway. And when you're scanning, you are not reading. You're just saying Ticino River, Ticino River, Ticino River. But you will do it in your heart, because in actual IELTS exam, even whispering is not allowed. Okay? Now we found Ticino River, so we read the question. Beside the Ticino River, this was to provide. Now, a collection of Leonardo da Vinci's paperwork reveals his design of a new city beside the river, like we have Gulshan-e Ravi, okay? Beside the river, this was to provide. Now, this was to provide better dash for trade. Better what for trade? Come back. Better dash for trade. So I'm reading it from Ticino River. Last paragraph, 4th line. A new city along Ticino River, which runs from Switzerland into Italy and is 248 kilometers long, He designed the city for the easy transport of goods and clean urban spaces, and he wanted a comfortable and spacious city. So he designed the city for the easy. Easy means better transport of goods. Now, what is the answer? Transport, well done. Goods means for trade. So transport will be the right answer. Better means easy. Correct answer is transport for trade and less polluted environment. Although Leonardo da Vinci's city shared many of the ideals of his time, some of his innovations were considered unconventional in their design. They included features that can be seen in some tower blocks today. Tower block is our clue word. Tower blocks today, such as dash on the exterior of a building. Now, what on the exterior? Exterior means outside the building. So please come back. Tower, what is the word? Tower? Tower blocks. Yeah, tower blocks is in the last paragraph. Okay, so we did it from there. Title page, last line. High strong walls with towers and battlements of all necessary and pleasant beauty. Now please come to next page. His plans for a modern and rational city were consistent with Renaissance ideals, but in keeping with his personality, Leonardo included several innovations in his urban design. Leonardo wanted the city to be built on several levels linked with vertical outdoor staircases. What is outdoor? Exterior. So what is the answer? Answer is staircases. Vertical outdoor staircases. So tower blocks today, such as staircases on the exterior of a building. So answer is staircases. Now we have another summary. Leonardo da Vinci wasn't only an architect. His expertise in, now not only architect but also, we come back. Look for the word architect. Can you see architect? Second page, second paragraph, third line. Can you see the word architect? Architect and engineering. So he was not only an architect but also engineering. So you will write his expertise, Leonardo da Vinci, not only an architect, his expertise in engineering was evident in his plans for artificial canals and all that. So correct answer for 36 is engineering. Okay, I'm reading after canals. Within his ideal city, he also believed that the height of houses should relate to the width of streets in the case earthquake occurred. Now earthquake is our clue word. The design of many cities in Italy today follow this dash. Follow this means, yeah. So please come back. Same paragraph. Canals. I'm reading it like third last paragraph. I'm reading it from regulated by clocks. Found it? Regulated by clocks. The canals regulated by clocks and basins were supposed to make it easier for boats to navigate island. Leonardo also thought that the width of the streets ought to match the average height of the adjacent houses, a rule still followed in many contemporary cities across Italy. A rule still followed in many contemporary cities across Italy. So come back. The design of many cities in Italy today follow this rule. Well done. A rule still followed. So the designs of many cities in Italy today follow this rule. Correct answer is rule. While some cities from dash times, now it's going to be the historical period. While some cities from dash times have aspects that can also be found in Leonardo's designs. So while some cities from dash times, let's come back. It's the second last paragraph. Although some of these features existed in Roman Cities. Now what is Roman? Roman is that time. So, while some cities from Roman times have aspects that can also be found in Leonardo's design. So what is the answer? Answer is Roman. Okay, I'm reading it afterwards for question number 39. So Roman times have aspects that can also be found in Leonardo's designs. His ideals weren't put into practice until long after his death. Dash is one example of city that was redesigned in the 19th century. Now answer is going to be the name of a city. Dash is one example of the city. Please come back. Second last paragraph. And I'm going to read it from fourth line. For example, the subdivision. Found it? For example, the subdivision of the city by function with services and infrastructure located in the lower levels and wide and well-ventilated boulevards and walkways above for residents is an ideal that can be found in George Huygens Haussmann's renovation of Paris under Emperor Napoleon III between 1853 and 1870. So the city of Paris. Right answer is Paris. Okay, last question. Paris is one example of the city that was redesigned in the 19th century in the way that Leonardo had envisaged. His ideas are also relevant to today's world, where building dash no longer seems to be the best approach. Building dash is not the best approach. Last paragraph. Today, Leonardo's ideas are not simply valid, they actually suggest a few forward for urban planning. Many scholars think that the compact city build upward instead of outward, integrated with nature and all that. So many scholars think that the compact city built upward instead of outward. So what is modern? Upward or outward? Upward is like multi-story building. Outward is like there is a big building. So what will be the answer? His ideas are also relevant to today's world, where building upward no longer seems, no, building outwards no longer seems to be the best approach. So what is the best approach? Building upward. So answer is outwards. Question number 40, correct answer is outwards. All right, now we go on. We've got question number 27 to 33. True, false, not given. Question number 27. People first referred to Leonardo da Vinci as a genius 500 years ago. Now, if they referred him as a genius 500 years ago, answer is true. If it is more or less, answer is false. And if they don't tell us 500 or more or less, answer is not given. So, let's see. People first referred to Leonardo da Vinci a genius. I'm reading it from first paragraph and you can see 500 years in numbers. Okay, the word genius is universally associated with the name of Leonardo da Vinci, a true Renaissance man. He embodied scientific spirit, artistic talent, and humanist sensibilities. 500 years have passed since Leonardo died in his home. Now, have they mentioned that people started calling him genius 500 years ago? They only said 500 years have passed since Leonardo died. 500 years is not associated with calling him genius, so it is associated with his death. Now what will be the answer? Answer is not given, absolutely. We don't know when did people start calling him genius. We don't know any time frame for that. And if you don't understand, 500, good, taru. Okay, IELTS, no problem. Okay, so then you have this feeling. So answer is not given. Never decide your answer on the basis of words. You need to read carefully. Number 28. Current climate crisis is predicted. Now, current climate crisis, we do have climate crisis as well. Current climate crisis is predicted to cause more deaths than plague. Now we have climate crisis, like this smog is one of the things, one of the examples. So current climate crisis is predicted to have more deaths than plague. Plague was in the past, or plague. It was in the past. So if more deaths will be caused by climate crisis than plague, answer is true. If plague caused more deaths, answer is false. And if they don't tell us, so then it is not given. Now we look for climate crisis and plague. Well done. Second paragraph, we have the word plague. Yeah, plague. The Renaissance marked the transition from 15th century to modernity and took place after the spread of the plague in the 14th century, which caused a global crisis resulting in some 200 million deaths across Europe and Asia. Today, the world is on the cusp of climate crisis, which is predicted to cause widespread displacement, extinctions, and death. Now, have they compared that this will cause more deaths, or that caused more deaths, or number of deaths? There is no information. So what will be the answer? Answer is not given. Well done. 27, correct answer is not given. Question number 28, current climate crisis is predicted, okay, it's done. 29, some of the challenges we face today can be compared to those of earlier times. Now listen, if today's problems can be compared with past problems, answer is true. If today's problems are entirely different, we cannot compare them with the past. Answer is false. And if they don't tell us whether comparison is possible or not, then it is not given. So some of the challenges we face today can be compared to those earlier times. Same paragraph, today. Can you see the word today? The world is on the cusp of climate crisis, which is predicted to cause widespread displacements, extinctions, and deaths. If left unaddressed, then as now, radical solutions were called for revolutionize the way and all that. Now just we read it from the beginning. First they said the Renaissance marked the transition from the 15th century to modernity and took place after the spread of the plague in the 14th century. Now what was the problem in 14th century? That was plague. And what are the problems today? We have climate change. Okay, now please come back. Some of the challenges we face today can be compared to those of earlier times. What were the problems of earlier times? Plague and all that. And today we have climate crisis. So answer should be answer is actually true. Yeah. Some of the challenges we face today can be compared to those of earlier times. Right? Okay, we can read it again. No problem. Let's read on. Extinctions and deaths, if left unaddressed, then as now. Read this line. Answer is here. Then as now. What do they mean by then? Past. As now means now they are comparing. Then as now, radical solutions were called for the revolutionize the way people lived and safeguard humanity against catastrophe. Now catastrophe is something which is a problem or a climatic problem or a disaster caused by climatic conditions. We call it catastrophic. Catastrophic means disastrous. So they are saying then as now. Then as now means they are comparing our today's problems with the past. So answer is true. Question number 30, Leonardo da Vinci's ideal city was constructed in the 15th century. If it was constructed in 15th century, true. If before or after, false. And if they don't tell us when, then it is not given. Look for 15th century. Well done. Yeah, we've got fourth paragraph. There is that word 15th century. Tell me 1486. Which century is that? 1486. Which century is that? It's very confusing. 1486 is 15th century. Now, which century are we living in? Then why are we saying 2024? I mean, when it is 20 completed and after that, it is 25th century. So 1486 is actually 15th century. Got the point? Okay. Now we read from there instead of reading from down there. Around 1486, after a pestilence that killed half of the population in Milan, Italy, Leonardo turned his thoughts to urban planning problems. Following a typical Renaissance trend, he began to work on an ideal city project, which, due to its excessive cost, would remain unfulfilled. Now, 15th century, and his ideal city project remained unfulfilled. Okay, and then this is yet given the unsustainable urban models and all that. Now, please come back. Leonardo da Vinci's ideal city was constructed in 15th century. In 15th century, it remained unfulfilled. So, what is the answer? Well done. Very good. Answer is false. Question number 31. Poor town planning is a major contributor to climate change. Now, poor town planning, major contributor to climate change. Let's go back. All right. We've got this paragraph, same paragraph, where we found 1486. So, we are going to look for town planning and all that. Okay, let's read this paragraph from, all right, I'm reading it from second line. Third paragraph, second line after full stop. Following a typical Renaissance trend, he began to work on an ideal city project which, due to excessive cost, would remain unfulfilled. Yet, given that sustainable urban models are a key cause of global climate change today, it is only natural to wonder how Leonardo might have changed the shape of modern cities. Now, let's see key cause of global climate change. What is that key cause? What is the key cause of global climate change? Exactly, unsustainable urban models. Okay, so what is unsustainable urban models? Poor town planning. Major contributor. What is major contributor? Key cause. Okay, key cause is major contributor to climate change. What is climate change? Global climate change. So what is the answer? Answer is true. Well done. Question number 32. In Renaissance times, local people fought against the changes to Pienza and Ferrara. Now, if local people fought against the changes in Pienza and Ferrara, answer is true. If they did not fight, answer is false. Otherwise, if they don't tell us whether people fought or not, it is not given. Pienza and Ferrara, look for that. Well done. Fourth paragraph. And we got this word Pienza and Ferrara there. Now we are going to read it from 1, 2, 3, fourth last line. So let's go on. They say here large-scale urban projects in Italy, such as the reconfiguration of the town of Pienza and the expansion of the city of Ferrara. These works surely inspired Leonardo's decision to rethink the design of medieval. Have they mentioned anything that people fought against the changes? In whole paragraph, is there any mention that people fought against the changes? There is no mention. So what should be the answer? Answer is not given. Well done. Question number 33. Leonardo da Vinci kept a neat, organized record of his designs. Now, if the record of his designs was neat, organized, answer is true. If it was rough, disorganized, answer is false. Otherwise, not given. Now, last paragraph. It is not easy to identify, last paragraph of the passage, of the first page. 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph of title. So, it is not easy to identify a coordinated visions of Leonardo's ideal city because of his disordered way of working with notes and sketches. Disordered. So, was it organized? No, it was disordered. Neat, organized. So, disordered is the opposite of neat, organized. Answer is false. Well done. Okay, we have a graph here. The first thing is how to understand that it is a graph with trends. What are trends? Trends are changes over time. Changes. What is change? The price of something is increasing or decreasing and all that. Over time. What is over time? 2010 to 2020. 2005 to 2015. Okay, now we've got this thing here, right? This is the book, academic writing book, and we've got this thing here. Now let's just read it together. The graph shows data. In actual exam, it will be given like this. This sentence will be given. The graph shows data about the annual earnings of 3 bakeries in London 2010 to 2000 to 2010. Now you understand there is data about the annual earning of 3 bakeries, and they've mentioned the years 2010 to 2000 to 2010. So when there is a time period, now what is that time period? It's a 10-year time period, 2000 to 2010. So we call it graph with trends. If they only write 2000 and 2010, try to understand the difference. From 2000 to 2010, it means all inclusive. And yes, continues. It continues. And if they say 2010 or 2000 and 2010, that is called comparative graph, where data does not move. Next week we will study that, by the way. Next week we will study it. That is called comparative graph, where they give you the value of 2000 and the value of 2010, and you're going to compare. That is comparative. When the data moves, when the years are continuous, we call it graph with a trend. So graph shows data about annual earnings of 3 bakeries in London 2000 to 2010. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features. By the way, in your actual exam, these charts are going to be in color form. They are black and white because this book is black and white, okay? But in actual exam, all the graphs, they are going to be in color, full color, so you can easily understand that, right? So you can see this here, the names of bakeries. One is Barney's Buns. Can you see on the right side? Barney's Buns, Lovely Loaves, and Robbie's Bakery. And down there we've got years, yearly income, and all that. So the top trend, like the first one is Barney's Bun, second is Lovely Loaves, and the last one is Robbie's Bakery. Okay, you can see this all in color, right? Okay, now we go through this report. Please come to page number 84. Now you have to move between two pages, 79 and 84. So hold it like this. Hold it like this. 79, 84, 79, 84. Okay, so on page 84, we've got this model answer. Found it? Okay, let's see how to start and all that. The graph shows information about. This is what you can copy. The graph shows information about the amount of money which was earned by 3 bakeries in London. See that? Instead of writing the names of bakeries, you will write amount of money which was earned by 3 bakeries in London over a 10-year period between 2000 and 2010. When you go through these units, they will teach you all these things. Between 2000 and 2010, from 2000 to 2010, and all these phrases. This unit is full of all these things. That is why I recommend you to read unit number 7. Okay? All right. So this is the first paragraph. That's it. Nothing special. It's basically the rewording of the title. As they've written title here, this is the rewording of that title. Now we've got the first paragraph, the second paragraph. Second paragraph is called overview of your report. In overview, you're going to tell us the overall thing, like which bakery got the highest amount, which bakery earned the lowest amount, were there any noticeable changes. So when you write overview, you can start it by writing overall and comma. Overall, what stands out from the graph is that, you can copy this sentence for your overview. Overall, what stands out from the graph is that there were considerable upward trends in the income of both Barney's Buns and Robbie's Bakery. So 2 bakeries, their sale from 2000 to 2010 increased. So we use the word considerable upward trends. And again, I'm telling you, unit number 7 will teach you all the vocabulary, phrases, and all that. That's why you need to go through that. While the earnings of Lovely Loaves saw a considerable fall. You need to use such type of words. Considerable fall means too much, low income, right? Considerable fall. Okay. Considerable fall over the period in question. Now, instead of using 10 years, we use the word over the period in question. Period in question means the period we are talking about. Period in question means 2000 to 2010. So you don't need to repeat it again and again from 2000 to 2010, then second, third, fourth time. Next, another interesting point is that, underline it and use it in your report. Another interesting point is that Lovely Loaves was the most popular bakery in 2000. Now see that in 2000, the bakery with highest sales, you will say that was the most popular bakery. But in 2010, Robbie's Bakery earned more money than the others. Okay, so like this you will write. And one more thing you can see, after 2000, 2010, they've given a dot, a full stop. So you can just copy that as well. Now we will talk about all these bakeries in details. Now remember, the bakery, the sales of a bakery that increased too much, we will talk about it first. Then the second important one, and then the last one, right? So looking at the details, and you can copy this when you're starting. This is called body of your report. So when you're starting the body of your report, you can write looking at the details, comma, as regards Bernie's buns, income started at 20,000 in 2000. If you go back, you can see 20,000, the lowest one. Okay, 20,000 in 2000. Then there was a fluctuation. Now these words are important. And again, you will learn these words from this unit, fluctuation. Fluctuation over the next 3 years, at which point it leveled off. Level off means to reach a point and then stay there. When the prices level off, it means they remain unchanged. It leveled off at just under 40,000 until 2006. Then the figure went up significantly. If you come back and see, figure went up significantly means the sales went, for sales, they use the word figure. So you need to use a lot of synonyms to get good bench score. If you write sales went up, sales decreased, sales this, sales that, you will get low bench score. But if you say sales increased, income increased, figures went up, you will get good bench score. Figures went up significantly, finishing at around 65,000 in 2010. You can check that. Around 65. Around means approximately. If we look at Robbie's Bakery, now we are talking about second bakery. If we look at Robbie's Bakery, the trend was similar. Similar means sales went up, having remained stable at approximately 55,000 in the first half of the decade. How many years do we have in a decade? 10. So first half of the decade means 5 years, right? First half of the decade, income then rose sharply. Rose is the second form of rise, reaching nearly 100,000 in 2008. There was then a gradual rise to around 105,000 in 2010. Now, two bakeries and their sales increased. We put them in one paragraph. And one bakery, its sale decreased. If you come back, can you see? In 2000, 80,000 it starts and then it comes down, down, down and all that. So, by contrast, the income of Lovely Loaves went in the opposite direction. Takings fluctuated. What is takings? Earnings. Well done. So for taking, earning, income and all that. Takings fluctuated around 90,000 until 2004. After that, despite falling sharply to just over 40,000 in 2008, the figure then leveled off in the last 2 years. Come back and see. Last 2 years and figures leveled off. 2008 to 2010. Okay. So like this, when you read unit number 7 completely. By the way, unit number 7 starts from page number 79. And it finishes at page number 90. 79 to 90. How many pages? 11 pages only. So you have to read them carefully with good understanding. And if there is vocabulary, learning, you need to just learn that all. Okay, got it? Good. Okay, now opinion essay. I mean, listen, the most important thing is whenever you look at the topic of the essay, The first thing is, right after looking at the topic, you should identify the type of essay. I mean, for example, you look at the topic and you see, oh, that is opinion. There are basically 4 types: opinion, discussion, problem solution, advantages, disadvantages. And sometimes they mix these 4 types and they try to create the 5th type, but that is all fine. Remember, in every essay, there is introduction, that is always the first paragraph. Then there is a conclusion, and conclusion is the last paragraph. Between introduction and conclusion, there are body paragraphs. And minimum, you have to write 2 body paragraphs, maximum 4. And that is your decision. So if you find any 5th type of essay, don't worry. Introduction will be same, conclusion will be same. In the body, you can see how many paragraphs you want to write. Address the topic and you will get good bench score. Okay? So, opinion essay. Now, the first thing is, whenever they give you opinion essay, they give you a statement. After the statement, they say, how far do you agree or disagree with this statement? They use the word agree, disagree. Clear? Number 1. Number 2, they say, to what extent do you agree or disagree? Again, you know, they are asking for your opinion. After that, they say, do you think this is a positive or a negative development? Now, when they use the word do you think, if I say do you think, it means I'm asking for your opinion, right? If they say, do you believe advantages outweigh drawbacks? Do you believe, do you think, agree, disagree? All these words, they've got the same thing, that it is an opinion essay. So when you have a feeling that they are asking me for my opinion, that is an opinion essay. Remember, whenever you write opinion essay, ideally you need to write 5 paragraphs. First paragraph is introduction. Okay? And by the way, for your essay writing, we've got this book which I've compiled, and by the time you open the book, you will find a template for opinion essay. Okay, it's template number 3. Opinion essay, the words and phrases which are commonly used in opinion essay, this one, this book, okay, and it's there. So you need to go through this template. But remember, in IELTS, if you follow templates and you write very good sentences and your own English does not match the pattern, you will get very low bench score. I mean, for example, you write one sentence that is a golden sentence, accurate sentence grammatically and all that, and other sentences are broken sentences or grammatically wrong. So that good sentence will be there, which is called off the topic or memorized answer. In writing criteria, there is a box, memorized answer. So whatever is memorized, they just put it out of your essay. So they will not consider that, okay? Use template, but wisely. Template is like a sketch. So there is a sketch which you need to follow, right? So opinion essay, right? What we are going to do now, we are going to go through one opinion essay from this book. I want you all to come to this topic. One sec. All right, now we are going to start. First, we are going to learn how to read and understand the topic, and then we'll go through one essay. Extreme sports such as skydiving and skiing are very dangerous. Extreme sports. What are extreme sports? Adventurous sports. They can be like bullfighting, skydiving, you dive from an aeroplane and all that, okay? These sports are, and then there is that mountain diving also. They jump from mountain and all that. So extreme sports such as skydiving and skiing are very dangerous and should be banned. Now, topic is adventurous sports are very dangerous and they should be banned. And you need to read it 3-4 times and you need to discuss it in your mind, because if you do not understand the topic, you will write wrong essay. You will write essay on extreme sports. Extreme sports are very good. I like extreme sports very much. You will write full essay extreme sports without giving your opinion. So the main point is extreme sports are dangerous. They should be banned. Okay? Next, to what extent do you agree or disagree with this view? Now, from this line, you understand it is an opinion essay. So now, just tell me, do you think extreme sports should be banned or should not be banned? Should not be banned? Yeah, they can take some precautionary measures, right? Some caution can be taken and we should allow them. So whatever the voice comes from your inside, this has got nothing to do with your band score. If you say extreme sports should be banned, okay. If they say they should not be banned, okay, no problem, right? All you need to do, you need to convince the examiner why they should be banned, if that is your standpoint, or otherwise why not they should be banned. Now, first paragraph, introduction. And there are two ways of writing an opinion essay. One is you write 5 paragraphs. Introduction. First argument. If you think extreme sports should not be banned, why? First point. Second point. Why do you think extreme sports should not be banned? Contrast. Contrast is if you think they should not be banned, right? Then the people who think that they should be banned, what is their point of view? Contrast is that. For example, there is an essay on village life, city life, and you are in favor of city life. In contrast, you will debate about village life. I mean, that is what we say contrary opinion. So in contrast, you will write that and then you will write a conclusion. That is one style. Second style, you can write 4 paragraphs. 2 body paragraphs. In 2 body paragraphs, you can just discuss these things. Now, let's see this. In recent years, extreme sports have become increasingly popular and some people argue that government should prohibit them. Now, this is what we call good vocabulary. For ban, the word is prohibit. Okay? And this is the first sentence we call in introduction. The first sentence of your essay is a general sentence about the topic. Okay? And you need to copy such type of sentence structures. Comma, and some people argue. It's a compound sentence. So you need to join your ideas together if your target band is 7 or above in writing. Next, I completely disagree with the idea that these sports are too dangerous and I therefore believe that they should not be banned. This is called opinion. So in introduction, you have written 2 sentences. One sentence is a general sentence about the topic and second sentence is your opinion. That's it. Nothing more. Okay? Now, in my opinion, so-called extreme sports are not as dangerous as many people think. Now, this is the first argument. Means they are not very dangerous. All sports involve some element of risk and there should always be clear regulations and safety procedures to reduce the possibility of accidents. See that the arguments, and have you noticed, you will never find such topics in your everyday life. So for IELTS, these 110 essays are very, very useful. Next, people who take part in extreme sports are usually required to undergo appropriate training so that the dangers are minimized. Now the words like dangers are minimized, opportunities are maximized. So you need to practice. This is the best way to learn grammar, sentence structure, vocabulary and all that. For example, you will give an example to support your argument. For example, anyone who wants to try skydiving will need to sign up for lessons with a registered club and beginners are not allowed to dive solo. Dive solo means to dive alone. You might have seen 2 people are diving together, right? They must be accompanied by an experienced professional. Finally, the protective equipment and technology used in sports from motor racing to mountain climbing is constantly improving safety. So this is one full paragraph to support the opinion of the writer of this essay. While I support regulations and safety measures, I believe that it would be wrong and almost impossible to ban extreme sports. Again, he's saying it would be wrong or impossible. In the first place, we should all be free to decide how we spend our leisure time. As long as we understand the risks, I do not believe that politicians should stop us from enjoying ourselves. Who is going to ban extreme sports? Politicians. So it's just extended to that. However, now this is what we call an argument which is against your opinion. However, an even stronger argument against such a ban would be the difficulty of enforcing it. Many of the most risky sports like base jumping or big wave surfing are practiced far away from the reach of any authorities. I cannot imagine the police being called to stop people from parachuting off a mountain face or surfing on an isolated beach. So both paragraphs, they are full of good vocabulary. You know, extreme sports, he used the word parachuting, diving and all that. In conclusion, I would argue that, now you can copy this sentence. In conclusion, I would argue that people should be free to enjoy extreme sports as long as they understand the risks and take the appropriate precautions. That's it. This essay is bound to get 8 or 9 band, right? So you need to read, when you read first one, second one, third one, after 10th or 11th, your mind will be made. I was telling you about autopilot. So your mind will go on autopilot. And this book covers every type of essay, whether it is opinion, discussion, problem solution, and all that. Okay? So you can do one thing. I recommend you all to read first 10 essays from this book. In order to learn more about opinion essay, you need to, from essay number 1 to essay number 10. Got it? All 10 essays are opinion essays. Okay? From 1 to 10. Read them all and read them carefully, the way I read. Read the topic, read the arguments, copy new words, and day after tomorrow when we have your mock test, you will have to write an opinion essay. Topic will be different. It will not come from this book. And if you find more time, you can read after 10 also. Like I see some of you are really hardworking students. So if you find more time, you can read after 10. There are almost 20 plus opinion essays here. So you can read them more. But don't read them all at the same time. Read one essay, carefully take a break, then read another one, then take a break and all that. And reading 5 and rewriting 1 is going to be a very good strategy. Okay? Thank you. All right, now we are going to go through a comparative graph and we'll see how to write it. Report writing is for academic IELTS candidates and they've got to write it. Now let's read the topic first. Okay, the table below gives information on the proportion of carbohydrates, protein and fat. It's not a table, it's basically pie chart. Okay, that's wrong here. So the pie charts below give information on the proportion of carbohydrates, protein and fat in 3 different diets. So 3 pie charts, 3 different diets, and by the way, it's going to be colored in actual IELTS exam. You've got this black and white book, but in actual exam, it's going to be colored one, right? So write a report for a university lecturer describing the information shown below. Make comparisons where relevant. You should write at least 150 words. So the proportion of carbohydrates, protein and fat in 3 different diets. Average diet. Okay, so black one is carbohydrates. Then we've got the gray one, lighter than that, that is protein. And then finally we have fat. Okay, again I'm telling you, in actual exam you will get it all colored. Everything is crystal clear. You'll be able to see that easily. Okay, now let's see the first paragraph, how to write it. The pie charts compare. Whenever there is a comparative graph, you will say the table compares, pie charts compare, line graph compares. All right, if it is singular, then compares. If it is plural, then compare. Pie charts compare proportion of carbohydrates, protein and fat in 3 different diets, namely an average diet, a healthy diet, and a healthy diet for sport. So this is first paragraph. And have you noticed one thing? the first paragraph is similar to what is already written here. Okay, you just rearrange, change the order of that, and you can easily make your first paragraph. And it's always like that. Now you're going to discuss all these diets one by one. So, it is noticeable that sports people, can you see that? Sports diet, healthy diet for sport. Now they are discussing that. It is noticeable that sports people require a diet comprising a significantly higher proportion of carbohydrates. You can see that, and that is, I think, 50%, 60%. Than an average diet or a healthy diet. You're comparing it. The average diet contains the lowest percentage of carbohydrates. Now we are talking about average diet. Average diet contains the lowest percentage of carbohydrates but the highest proportion of protein. Protein is like 40% there and all that. Now let's go on. Carbohydrates make up to 60% of the healthy diet. Take a look at healthy diet. Can you see 60%? Is it 60 or 50? It's wrong here. It's wrong. So carbohydrates. Oh yeah, we've just. Okay, that's for sport. Exactly, you're right. Yeah, that is for sport. So carbohydrates make up 60% of healthy diet for sport. Yeah, that is the last one, bottom one. This is 10% higher than the proportion of carbohydrates in a normal healthy diet. Now take a look at normal healthy diet. What is the proportion there? 50. And over here, 60, 10% higher. And 20% more than the proportion in the average diet. In average diet, it's 40. So 10% more, 20% more, like that. On the other hand, people who eat an average diet consume a greater relative amount of protein, that is 40%. Now take a look, people who eat an average diet and 40%. And what is that? Protein. Then those who eat a healthy diet, that is 30%, and sports people 25%. What are you comparing? You are comparing carbohydrates, protein, and fat, and there are three groups. One is average diet, one is healthy diet, and one is healthy diet for sport. Okay? Now let's go on. Last paragraph. The third compound shown in the charts is fat. Now you're talking about them one by one. Fat constitutes exactly 1/5 of both the average diet and the healthy diet. Now look at average diet, healthy diet, and fat is 20%. 20% means 1/5. If out of 100, it's 20%, so 20% means 1/5. But the figures drop to only 15% for the healthy sports diet. If you take a look at healthy sports diet, there it is 15%, otherwise it is 20%. In total, there are 164 words. So like this, you can write a report. Okay. Now the book that you are carrying, this book has got around 100 sample answers. And in actual exam, there are basically 4 types of reports. One is graph with a trend. Second is comparative graph. This is what we are doing, is comparative graph. Third is process diagram. And fourth is map. In this book, you will find all of them. Right? So you can practice from there. Thank you. Okay guys, today we are going to learn how to write a discussion essay. So remember, discussion essay and opinion essay. These two essay types are most important, and 70% chances are that you are going to get either opinion essay or discussion essay. Now, how to identify that the topic is for a discussion essay? Whenever they give you a discussion essay, they write clearly, discuss both views and give your own opinion. Number 1. Number 2, they always give you 2 views. As they say, discuss both views. So they always give you 2 views and you have to discuss both views, right? And then give your opinion. Your opinion means which view you support. That is your opinion. Many students misunderstand discussion essay and they take it for opinion essay. They just think, okay, discuss both views and give your own opinion. It's an opinion essay. No. Your opinion means which side of the view you support. Okay, so now we are going to go through one sample answer which has been written by IELTS examiner. So this is the standard answer. Let's just focus that. The topic. Now the first thing is you need to understand the topic. Leadership is the topic. Some are of the opinion. Some means people. Some are of the opinion means some people think that people are naturally born as good leaders. So good leadership is natural. One side is good leadership is natural. While others feel that leadership skills can be learned, means you can acquire all these skills to become a leader. One opinion is leadership is natural. Second is leadership can be learned. Leadership can be acquired. Now these are two sides. And then the topic, discuss both views and give your own opinion. Okay? Whenever you write a discussion essay, mostly you write 4 paragraphs. Introduction, then you discuss one side, then you discuss second side, and then you write your conclusion, and in conclusion, you give your opinion, which side you support. Okay? Now let's go through this essay. The first sentence of your introduction is a general sentence about the topic. It is often said that important people are born with certain characteristics that enable them to become great leaders. This is a general sentence about the topic. You can write it like it is often said, people believe, some people think, like that. Second sentence, the alternative view is that leadership is a learnable quality. Now, what have you done? In 2 sentences, you have paraphrased both views. One view in one sentence, second view in second, and now third sentence is your opinion. Personally, I agree with the latter viewpoint. Now, what is latter viewpoint? Alternative view is that leadership is a learnable quality. Latter means which is discussed at the second place, right? So I agree with the latter viewpoint because training and experience are more important than innate ability in this situation. So for a discussion essay, you can write a 3-sentence introduction. All clear? One sentence, one side of discussion, paraphrase it. Second sentence, second side, and third sentence, your opinion. Now we start with the body paragraph. It is somewhat true that many individuals are born with distinctive personal traits that allow them the opportunity to become talented leaders. So we are discussing this point. Some people are naturally born as good leaders. So we are discussing that. Leaders tend to be those who are charming and persuasive. In contrast, those who lack of these characteristics may have a difficulty inspiring the belief and loyalty that all leaders require and end up as followers rather than leaders. Now see, language is very simple, but sentence structure is very impressive. Try to copy, try to focus each sentence. When you write your essay, layout should be the same. For instance, now we are giving example. And one more thing, they have not used connecting words too much. Like, however, additionally, every line has a connecting word. That is also negative. If you use a lot of linking words, even that is negative. So, for instance, a salesman who often fails to convince his clients to sign a deal may be dissuaded from becoming the sales team leader since he does not believe that he has what it takes to be one. One means leader, right? And this is present simple tense. The more convincing salesmen are more likely to rise to that role. So one side has been discussed here with proper example. Now we come to the other side. And by the way, these two sides are going to be contrary, opposite. However, you start it like however. There are also people who assert that. Now you can copy such type of sentences for your discussion essay, right? However, there are also people who assert that leadership skills can actually be achieved through proper training and effort. Now you're discussing the other side. This is what this is why there is a larger number of institutes offering leadership training programs, helping those who want to learn the skills required to be a leader, right? Public speaking is one of many skills these schools can teach. Individuals who are shy and lack confidence can find their feet in the leadership battle by learning the essence of good body language, pronunciation, and other elements of good public speaking. This will in turn make them better leaders. What have you done? You have described both points without, I mean, you've been unbiased here. You did not take any side. You described both points. Now we come to conclusion. In conclusion, although some traits related to leadership are likely inherited, there is tremendous room for people to grow into positions of responsibility if they apply themselves fully to learning the skills and personal characteristics of great leaders. What is the conclusion? Conclusion is leadership can be learned. You can learn to become a leader. That is the conclusion. And in total, there are 4 body paragraphs. You have discussed both sides without taking any side. And in conclusion, you have just given the final conclusion. So this is a very standard essay. And there is hardly any word in this essay that you say, I don't know the meaning of this word. So try to learn to play with words, to convert the vocabulary you know already into sentences. And then proper paragraphs. So you're going to follow this thing, right? Thank you. Let's make a start with the process diagram, which is academic writing task 1. You're going to learn how to write a report if they give you a process diagram. Now, the diagram shows the life cycle of the honey bee. We are clear. What is the diagram about? Life cycle of honey bee. And then you can see we've got eggs hatched after 9 to 10 days. Then after 5 days, 7 days, 9 days, young adult emerges. Okay, then we've got 4 days to maturity. Then females lay 1 or 2 eggs every 3 days. So it should start from laying the eggs and then you go on and you'll discuss everything. Life cycle takes 34 to 36 days. So life cycle contains 34 to 36 days, and down there they mention nymph molts 3 times as it grows. And then they say nymph is immature form of an insect. And then they say molt. Molt is shed or lose old feathers, hair or skin to allow for new growth. Okay, so now let's see. The first paragraph can be copied, but you need to change the wording. I mean, as they've written, the diagram shows the life cycle of the honeybee. Change this wording, rearrange it, and you can write your first paragraph. So, the diagram illustrates. So, you can use this sentence. Diagram illustrates. And if they give you 2 diagrams, then you can write diagrams illustrate without S. If singular, diagram illustrates the various stages. Now, can you see various stages? In the life of a honey bee, we can see that the complete life cycle lasts between 34 and 36 days. Can you see that? Yes. Okay. It is also noticeable that there are 5 main stages in the development of the honey bee. Can you see those 5 stages? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Exactly, main stages. From egg to mature adult insect. So this is your introduction. You can talk about number of stages and all that. This specimen is for very good bench score. So you can copy such type of words from there. The life cycle of the honeybee. Whenever we talk about a process diagram, we start it from the initial stage. So the life cycle of the honeybee begins when the female adult lays an egg. Can you see that there? Females lay 1 or 2 eggs every 3 days. The female typically lays 1 or 2 eggs every 3 days, right? Between 9 and 10 days later, each egg hatches. Now, can you see 9 and 10 days? Yes. Hatch after. So, you change the wording of that. And the immature insect or nymph appears. Can you see that? Yes. Right? We've got nymph or immature. They mentioned it already. Okay, now there is the next paragraph. During the third stage of the life cycle, the nymph grows in size and sheds its skin 3 times. So can you see that? During the third stage of the life cycle, nymph grows in size from smaller to bigger, sheds its skin 3 times. Shed the skin means it removes the skin. This molting, and for that they use the word molt. It's written there already and it will be given. Molt is shed or lose old feathers. This molding first takes place 5 days after the egg hatches, then 7 days later, and again another 9 days. Can you see that? 5 days, 7 days, and 9 days later. After a total of 30 to 31 days from the start of the cycle, the young adult honey bee emerges from its final molting stage, and in the space of only 4 days, it reaches full maturity. So 4 days to maturity. This is the whole report. And which tense did we use, by the way? Present simple tense. Active voice, passive voice, connecting words, and all that. Okay, so like this, you can find more reports and you can just write on them. Okay, today we are going to learn how to write advantages, disadvantages essay. This is the book all of you must have, and we are on page number 39 of this book. This book, page number 39. Go on, hurry up, be quick, go on, 39. Yes, page number 39, and you will find this essay. This is the book and page number 39. Okay, so we are going to learn how to write advantages, disadvantages essay. Yasin, make sure they are on page number 39. Now, whenever we get advantages, disadvantages essay in IELTS, there is only one possibility. And that possibility is, do you think advantages outweigh disadvantages? Okay, so this essay type is actually opinion essay. Right? Yeah, it is opinion essay. When they say, do you think advantages outweigh drawbacks or advantages outweigh disadvantages, this is an opinion essay. Very seldom they will give you only advantages, disadvantages essay, and that goes like, what are the advantages and disadvantages of? But as I have seen in many IELTS exams, they don't give that essay type, what are the advantages and disadvantages of? They only give this type, do you think advantages outweigh drawbacks or disadvantages? Okay, now let's take a look at this essay type. The topic is credit cards. Nowadays, it is easy to apply for and be given a credit card. Okay, now see, whenever you go to the bank, this is, sir, please get your credit card made. Whenever I go to my branch, they call me, sir, why don't you get a credit card? And I said, nakad. Okay, not on credit. So nowadays it is easy to apply for and be given a credit card. However, some people experience problems when they are not, please cross B here. B is wrong here. When they are not able to pay their debts back. You use credit card, your limit is 300,000, and next month when you have to pay, you are unable to pay, and then the banks, they will become a crocodile and they are going to snatch all that, right? Now, in your opinion, do the advantages of credit cards outweigh disadvantages? Now, after reading the topic, think about a credit card. If advantages are more, you can tell the examiner advantages of credit card are more. If disadvantages are more, you're going to tell the examiner disadvantages are more. So your opinion is advantages are more, and then you will support that. And your opinion is disadvantages are more, and then you're going to support that. Okay, in this type of essay, you may write 4 paragraphs. In one paragraph, you can discuss advantages. In another body paragraph, you can discuss disadvantages, and then you can write a concluding paragraph where you can give your own opinion. Okay, now let's see how it starts. It is all too easy to obtain a credit card and then to run up debts which are difficult to repay. This is called a general sentence about the topic. And the topic is credit card, advantages or disadvantages. So this is a general sentence. Second, in my opinion, the disadvantages of credit cards far outweigh advantages. Very simple, two sentences in introduction, one general sentence, and second sentence will give your opinion, and then you are going to prove it. Okay, so let's start. Many people consider only the benefits of owning a credit card. Now you're talking about the benefits. Many people consider, because this is not your opinion. Your opinion is disadvantages are more. So many people consider only the benefits of owning a credit card. It is true that a credit card gives you access to money and the facility to pay it back later like a loan. This could be useful for emergencies or something expensive like a holiday. In addition, see connecting word, comma, having a credit card is more secure than carrying money around with you. If you lose your wallet or purse, or if you are mugged in the street, mugged means robbed. If you are robbed in the street, if you are mugged in the street, a quick phone call to the bank means that the credit card will be instantly refused if anyone tries to use it. So in this paragraph, you have mentioned 2 to 3 advantages of credit card, and you said many people consider, because this is not your view, right? That's why you've written many people consider. Now you will come to the next paragraph. On the other hand, credit cards encourage people to spend money they do not have. Now these are the drawbacks, okay? On the other hand means now I'm discussing disadvantages. On the other hand, credit cards encourage people to spend money they do not have. I would never have a credit card for this reason. Debts can build and leave people in real financial difficulties. Okay? When people cannot pay their debts back, everyone suffers. Those in debt may lose their homes, the banks lose money, and the whole economy suffers. The enticing message of spend today and pay tomorrow, that's what the banks do. Okay, they say spend today and pay tomorrow, should not seduce us into embracing this philosophy. As my mother used to say, it will end in tears. She's given some personal example. As my mother used to say, it will end in tears. What will end in tears? A credit card. Then finally you say, take your credit card back and please cut it, and I don't need it. Okay? In conclusion, listen to the advice of the older generation. That means mother. Okay? Do not be tempted by the ease of using a credit card, because it may result in mounting debts which cannot be paid back. Very simple, straightforward essay. One paragraph contained advantages, but because you had, your standpoint was disadvantages are more, that's why you said many people consider. And if you think advantages are more, then you will write here, on the other hand, in my opinion, and then you can write your opinion. So, these words are more than 250, and you can easily write that. Now remember, bottom line is, whenever they give you advantages, disadvantages essay, most common type is, do you think advantages outweigh disadvantages? Most common type. And for that you will write 4 paragraphs. In introduction, you will write general sentence and your opinion. And then you will discuss advantages or disadvantages. For example, if you think advantages are more, you can discuss advantages later, or you can discuss them first. There is no problem. And in the end, you will give a clear conclusion. And conclusion means advantages are more or disadvantages are more. In total, you have to write 4 paragraphs. And the second type is, what are the advantages and disadvantages of? So in that essay also, you will follow the same layout. What are the advantages and disadvantages of using a credit card? So you will write introduction with your opinion, then advantages, then disadvantages, and then conclusion. And what is conclusion? Advantages are more or disadvantages are more. So this is one of the important essay types. Okay, that's good. Okay, in academic IELTS writing task 1, there are 4 types of reports that we have. Number 1, graph with trend. Number 2, comparative graph. Number 3, process diagram. And number 4, maps. For maps, they will give you 2 maps. One is past map and one is present map, and then you have to spot the differences. It can be the map of a town, like for example, a small town in 2020 and 2024. Or it can be the map of a city 2010 and 2024 or 2020. So both years can be one past, one present, or both can be past, like 2010 and 2020. So whatever you want to write about 2010, for that you will use past perfect tense. And when you write about 2020, for that you will use past simple tense. If they give you the maps of past and present, one map is of 2010 and one map is now. They write the word now. Okay, for now you will use present perfect tense because it's done, it's completed. So for now, present perfect tense, and for the previous map you will use past simple tense, right? Now let's see. Please come to this page. The 2 maps below show an island before and after the construction of some tourist facilities. Now imagine an island before tourist facilities and after tourist facilities. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. Now if you see before, there is no facility there. There is only sea, one beach, some palm trees, right? And if you take a look at after, you can see they have footpath, vehicle track, restaurant, reception, accommodation, and all that stuff, right? Now this is what we are going to write about. Okay, let's see. We go through the map. The first paragraph is very short. For that you write, the diagrams illustrate some changes to a small island which has been developed for tourism. You just need to reword this paragraph. This paragraph which is given already, you have to reword it, paraphrase it, rearrange it, and that will become your first paragraph. Now, it is clear that the island has changed considerably. See that? Before, no facility, and after, a lot of facility. So it is clear that the island has been changed considerably with the introduction of tourism, and 6 new features can be seen in the second diagram. Can you see 6 new features? Restaurant, reception, accommodation, swimming, pier, and what's the 6th one? Swimming, yeah. Beach was already there. Okay, accommodation is there. Yeah. Footpath, vehicle track is already there. Yeah. So it's there. Okay, 6 new features can be seen in the second diagram. The main develop, and by the way, you don't need to count the feature. Instead of 6 features, you can write various features. Several features. That's better. The main developments are that the island is accessible and visitors have somewhere to stay. Somewhere to stay means accommodation, and accessible means the roads and footpath and all that. Now, looking at the maps in more detail, you can copy this sentence. Looking at the maps in more detail, comma. We can see that small huts have been built. Which tense is it? Present perfect, passive voice. Okay, small huts have been built to accommodate visitors to the island. The other physical structures that have been added are a reception building in the middle of the island and a restaurant to the north of the reception. Can you see that? Yes. Okay, before these developments, the island was completely bare apart from a few trees. So there were only palm trees, otherwise bare apart means there was nothing else. As well as the buildings mentioned above, the new facilities on the island include a pier. We'll check the meaning of that. Where, boats can be docked. So pier is a place where boats can be docked. There is also a short road linking the pier with the reception and restaurant. Can you see the small roads? Yeah. Footpath, vehicle track and all that. And in actual exam, maps will be given in color. So they are going to be all colored, okay? You can easily spot all these things. Okay, so yeah. All right. There is also a short road linking the pier with the reception and restaurant, and footpaths connect the huts. Finally, there is a designated swimming area for tourists off a beach on the western tip of the island. Can you see that? Beach and swimming area and all that. So it's very simple. Whenever they give you maps, over here they mention before and after. It can be 2010 and now, or it can be 2010 and 2020. So you will use tenses appropriately, but this is the structure which you have to follow, right? Now in this book, you will find several maps and you should go through them. Okay, so we are going to start with problem solution essay. It's very simple. You can easily identify when they say what are the reasons, what are the causes, or what are the problems. They use three words: reasons, causes, or problems. Now there are two types of problem solution essay. One type is where they ask you directly about the problems. For example, what are the problems which are faced by people who live in big cities, and provide their solution. This is a direct problem solution essay. Second type is cause and solution. For cause and solution, they will give you a problem and you have to give the reasons for the problem and solution. For example, they say today pollution has become a major problem in many cities of the world. What are the major causes of pollution in the cities and how to overcome this problem? Now this is causes and solution. So if it is problem and solution, they will write straight away what are the problems and solutions. And if they say what are the causes and solutions, then they will give you the problem. Both ways, it's problem and solution essay. Now, whenever there is problem and solution essay, you can make the layout of your essay in two different ways. The first one is you can write 4 paragraphs. The second one is you can write 5 paragraphs. Now, how to write 4 and 5 paragraphs? The first paragraph is how to make first paragraph. You are going to write 3 sentences. Sentence number 1 is a general sentence about that problem. If the problem is pollution, you can write a general sentence about pollution. This is the first sentence. In the second sentence, whatever the topic is or whatever the problem is, you will paraphrase the problem in your own words, or you will reword it. Using different words, you're going to write that problem. This is your second sentence. And the third sentence in introduction, we call it your thesis sentence. You will say, in this essay, I will highlight some of the causes behind pollution and how to overcome this problem. That's it. This is your third sentence. So you will write an introduction of 3 sentences. Once your introduction is complete, now you will come to body paragraph. This is introduction, this is first body paragraph. Now, in order to write body paragraph, there are 2 approaches. One is what I call 1 plus 1. And I appreciate if you write 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1 is what? 1 problem, 1 solution. Or 1 cause, 1 solution. So you can write cause and solution in 1 paragraph. Then second body paragraph, second cause, second solution. Or second problem, second solution. Right? And if you think you have written a lot in 2 paragraphs, then you don't need to write third paragraph. But if you think your other 2 body paragraphs are short and you want to complete 250 words, word count minimum, then you can write the third paragraph, third problem with third solution. And in the end, you will write conclusion. When you write conclusion, once again, you will write a general sentence. 1 sentence in conclusion is a general sentence about the topic. Second sentence will give the summary of causes or problems. Third sentence will give the solution, summary of solution, which you have already written in your essay. Summary of solution, and then you are going to actually close your essay like this. Okay? Remember, word count is 250 words minimum, but if you write more, you will have to manage your time. So it's a good idea to write 300, 350 words maximum. But if you complete something decent in 250 words, that's okay. And how to count the words? Very simple. When you get IELTS writing answer sheet, just see how many words you are writing in one line as an average. So if you write average 9 words per line and you write 30 lines, that is equal to 270 words. So like this you can count your words, but don't count them one by one, okay? Now what we do, this is the book, right? And in this book, in the beginning, page number 3, we have a template for problem solution essay. This is the book. Page number 3, we have a template of problem solution essay. For this week's mock test, you are going to follow this template. Okay? Now we will go through one problem solution essay, same book. And in this book, you will find okay, will you please come to page number 41 of this book? Will you please help them? Page number 41. Page 41. On page number 41, we've got a problem solution essay, and we are going to go through that. Found it? Yeah? Good. All right, let's make a start. Now, the first and most important thing is you need to read the topic 2 to 3 times. There are 4 marking criteria for IELTS writing. Number 1, task response. Task response means your task is according to the topic. If it is off the topic, you may get as low as 1 band. 1 band means non-user of English, okay? So if your task is not related to the topic. So you need to understand. The topic is about life expectancy. In the developed world, average life expectancy is increasing. Now people are living longer. Average age is 70, 80, it's normal, right? So in the developed world, average life expectancy is increasing. What problems will this cause for individuals and society? Means now people are living longer. If someone is living for 85 to 90 years, so you need to actually take care of that person. You need resources and all that. What problems will this cause for individuals? Now, what are the problems for individuals? Who are individuals? Maybe children. They have to take care of their old parents, right? And society. Society means government, authorities. So you need to cover both individuals and society. What problems will this cause for individuals and society? Suggest some measures that could be taken to reduce the impact of aging population. Now you will give some suggestions. The suggestion is not that kill old people. No. The suggestion is what measures could be taken to reduce the impact of aging population. Like people are getting old. So how can we reduce the impact of people who are getting old? Now this is the whole topic. And let me tell you one thing. The topics that we have in IELTS, they are not straightforward topics. Many students will read this topic and they will not understand what the topic is. The topic is people are living longer. Now they are living up to 80, 90 years. So this thing is creating problem for individuals and societies. So what can be the suggestions to reduce the impact? Because for old people, you need more room, you need other stuff, and old people cannot take care of themselves. You need some attendant with them. So how can we reduce this impact? That's the whole thing. Now let's make a start. It is true that people, now this is a general sentence about the topic. It is true that people in industrialized nations, for developed world, they have used the word industrialized nations. This is called, what do we call this? Rewording, paraphrasing or rewording. Always remember, do not use the words which are given in the topic. Do not copy any sentence from the topic. You will get very low band score. So it is true that people in industrialized nations can expect to live longer. There the word was life expectancy. And we have reworded life expectancy to expect to live longer than ever before. Now the second sentence. Although there will undoubtedly be some negative consequences of this trend, societies can take steps to mitigate these potential problems. Now, this is what you've written, that in this essay, I'm going to write about all these things. Undoubtedly, negative consequences, these are problems. For problems, he used the word negative consequences. And then societies can take steps to mitigate these potential problems. For take steps, he actually used the word suggest some measures. For suggest some measures, they use the word take steps to mitigate these potential problems. All clear? This is the first paragraph. Now, as people live longer, now we are going to answer the first part of the question. What problems will this cause for individuals and society? As people live longer and the populations of developed countries grow older, several related problems can be anticipated. Now, this whole paragraph is about problems. The main issue is that, you can copy some such type of words. The main issue is that. Another fundamental problem is that, something like this. There will obviously be more people of retirement age who will be eligible to receive a pension. So first problem is pension. Because there are more retired people, they live longer, and who pays pension? Government. That's what they say, individuals and society. So pension goes to society. The proportion of people of retirement age who will be eligible to receive a pension, the proportion of younger working adults will be smaller, and governments will therefore receive less money in taxes in relation to the size of the population. Old people will not pay taxes. Young people will pay taxes, but old people will receive pension. So this is how it will create problem. In other words, an aging population. Aging population is another word for old people, people who are getting old. Aging population will mean a greater tax burden for working adults, because adults will pay the tax and that tax will go to old people. Further pressure will include a rise in the demand for healthcare. As people are old, they have more healthcare issues. So further demand for healthcare, and the fact young adults will increasingly have to look after their elderly relatives or parents or anything like that. Now this is what they've mentioned, and they've covered this topic. What problems will this cause for individuals and society? For individuals, they have to take care of them. For individuals, they have to pay taxes, and for society, pension. Got it? One question answered. Now the next question is, suggest some measures that could be taken to reduce the impact of aging population. Now you will give suggestions. There are several actions that governments could take to solve the problem. Now for suggestions, you can copy this phrase. There are several actions that government could take to solve the problem described above. Firstly, a simple solution would be to increase the retirement age for working adults, perhaps from 65 to 70. So if they are in a good working condition, so retirement age is 60. So government should change it and make it 70 so that they work, earn money, and they are the part of society as well. Nowadays, people of this age tend to be healthy enough to continue a productive working life. A second measure would be for government to encourage immigration in order to increase the number of working adults who pay taxes. Now, for example, Canadian immigration, they are offering that so that more people come, they work, they pay taxes and all that. Finally, money from national budgets will need to be taken from other areas and spent on vital healthcare, accommodation and transport facilities for the rising number of older citizens. Now these are suggestions, and I think he's given 3 suggestions. You may give 1, 2, 3 suggestions, and we've got full paragraph. Now in conclusion, various measures can be taken to tackle the problems that are certain to arise as the populations of countries grow older. That's it. Simple, one sentence conclusion, and this type of essay may get 8, 8.5 band without any problem. There's no grammatical mistake. And one more thing, this essay has been written by ex-IELTS examiner. So examiners, they know better what to write and all that. So you can follow this type of pattern whenever you are writing a problem solution essay, and you can follow that one, right? Thank you. Okay, now we are going to go on with IELTS speaking part 1. In IELTS speaking part 1, examiner will ask you some questions, and these questions are on familiar topics. Familiar topics can be your neighbors. Are you familiar with your neighbors? No? You don't see your neighbors from the roof? Yes? Yeah. He sees his neighbors from the roof, okay? So they will ask you some questions on familiar topics, and if you are familiar with your neighbors, you can just do that, right? Or anything. It can be your favorite color, it can be your favorite food, or anything like that. Now, in part 1, examiner will ask you this first question: do you work or study? Right? Examiner wants to know who you are. If you are a student, tell them, I study and I've just completed my graduation. At the moment, I'm preparing for IELTS and all that. If you are a job holder, you can say, well, I'm a professional and at the moment I'm working with a university as a professor or anything like that. And if you do nothing, you stay at home and then you are doing 24/7 job, okay? So if you are at home, like you are a stay-at-home lady or you are a homemaker, you can say, I am a homemaker. I stay home and take care of my family. Full sentence. They'll say, do you work or study? Study. Do you work or study? Housewife. Not like this, okay? Full answer. Do you work or study? Well, at the moment, I've just completed my intermediate and nowadays I'm preparing for IELTS and I'm planning to go to a foreign country to pursue my degree from there. Something like that. So you can prepare a good sentence to kill the cat in the beginning. Okay, that's important. After this, examiner will pick up a topic and examiner will ask you 5 questions or 6 questions on that very topic. And if your answers are enough, I mean your answers are good enough, like you speak 5 to 6 sentences to answer each question, then examiner will proceed to part 2. And if your answers are short, you don't speak that much, and the Atma of examiner does not get any shanti, then examiner will ask you more questions, okay? Yeah. So there can be 5 questions, 10 questions, but don't worry about 2 to 3 things. Number 1, don't worry if they ask you many questions because it's part of their routine. Number 2, don't worry if examiner interrupts you. You're speaking an answer and examiner will ask you the next question. Then again, you're trying to speak an answer and examiner will interrupt you. Don't worry about that. And don't worry if examiner is not interested in your answers. Don't worry, that's a common thing. For examiners, there are so many candidates every day. They cannot pay full attention in like this, okay? Sometimes they are like this as well. Sometimes they're not interested. They say, do your buck and go from here and all that, okay? They're not interested. So don't worry. This is your IELTS speaking test, right? You need to show full interest, give full answers and all that, okay? So don't worry about these 3 things. Now, 4 things you need to consider. Number 1, you need to develop good fluency. Fluency means you don't say, okay, you need to overcome. I want to tell you, actually, I live in Lahore, and Lahore is a beautiful city. Got the point? Fluency. And fluency comes with practice. If you practice, you can do things fluently, right? Second thing is your pronunciation. You need to pronounce every word clearly. They don't expect good accent. There is no marking criteria for accent that you say, I will speak American English. I want to go there. Man, what are you doing? No, not like this, okay? Just speak standard English, speak clearly, pronounce every word clearly, and you will get very good bench score, okay? After pronunciation, third thing is your grammar. And for grammar, there are only 5 tenses which are involved in IELTS speaking. Present simple, I get up early in the morning. Past simple, I went to Dubai last month. Future simple, I will go to Canada very soon. Okay, these are 3 tenses. Then present perfect, I have just completed my homework. and then present perfect continuous. I have been teaching IELTS for 20 years, something like that. So these 5 tenses, and then with these tenses, you need to make compound sentences. You need to join 2 sentences together. For example, I would love to go to Canada because it is a beautiful country. And there are several reasons. Connect your ideas together. Okay, for that you can use compound sentences. So that is all about grammar. Okay, next, 4th criteria is vocabulary. If they ask you a question, whatever the question is, you need to see the group of words which you can use in that very question. For instance, if the question is, do you like traveling? And you say, I like traveling. Traveling is my hobby. I do a lot of traveling. Traveling broadens the mind. I enjoy a lot when I'm traveling. Now you need to see traveling. So the word group that you may use for traveling, other words for traveling. For example, to say, do you like traveling? Yes, of course. I love visiting different places, and you may call me a globe-trotter. Globe-trotter. Globe-trotter is a person who loves to travel to different places. So if you say, well, I'm a kind of a globe-trotter, and I commute a lot locally, but I always prefer to go to different countries by air, something like that. So you need to expand your vocabulary. At least 4 or 5 words. If the topic is traveling, 4 or 5 words related to traveling. If they say, what's your favorite mode of transportation? Favorite mode of transportation. You say, well, there are several vehicles which are available to me, but whenever I have to commute, I prefer using my own car. Vehicles, commute. This is good. What's your favorite mode of transport? My favorite mode of transportation is car. I like car very much, and the car is my favorite mode of transportation. You see what you do? You pick up vocabulary from question, and then you're using it again and again. So try to use alternatives to examiner's questions. If examiner says, what's your favorite color? Don't say, my favorite color is black. You say, I love black color. I love black color means it's my favorite color. If examiner says, what type of food do you like? I always prefer to. If the examiner says, what type of food do you like? I like fast food. I like fast food very much. Same vocabulary, limited knowledge, you will get 4 or 5 band. And if you expand on your ideas, expand on your vocabulary, you may get 7, 7.5, 8, 8.5. Okay? So speaking is a test where within 11 to 13 minutes, a very friendly conversation with the examiner. Examiners are not always rakshas. Sometimes they are good examiners as well. So in a friendly way, in 11 minutes, you can get 7, 7.5 or even 8 without any problem. If you answer the questions well, I've seen students who performed well, who cooperated well with the examiner, answered every question, and they got good band. Okay? So take it as, and by the way, 2 modules can increase your overall band score. One is listening and one is speaking. Listening and speaking. You get very good band score, and because of listening and speaking, your overall band score will be better. Like, I've seen people who got overall 7.5 just because of listening and speaking. Listening 8, speaking 7.5, reading 6, writing 6, but still overall 7 or 7.5. Okay? So you need to give it a value. Yeah. Well, guys, let's take a start with IELTS Speaking Part 2 and Speaking Part 3. So you should understand what is Speaking Part 2, what does examiner expect from you in Speaking Part 2, and how to perform. After Speaking Part 1, examiner will say, we now move on to IELTS Speaking Part 2. At the same time, examiner will give you a topic and pen and paper. And then examiner will say, you have 1 minute to read the topic and write down some notes. After 1 minute, you will have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes. So by saying this, topic is there in front of you, paper is there, pen is there, and examiner will be quiet for 1 minute. Now, in 1 minute time, you have to read the topic, write down the notes, and do it all. I mean, don't just finish it all in 10 seconds and then you look at the examiner, Baji, finished. Not like this, okay? You just have to do it all. When examiner says, you will now have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes. Then you start speaking. Now, the point is how to spend this 1 minute. What should you do during this 1 minute time? First of all, let me tell you, topic will be given in description. In the topic, it will be written describe something, right? For example, describe a TV program you often watch. Describe a book you like to read. Describe a place you often visit. Describe a person you admire the most. So it's always going to be a description. The first thing is you have to decide immediately. I mean, as you read the first line, you have to decide immediately whatever you are going to talk about. For example, topic is describe a person you admire the most. You write over there, my mother. That's it. Okay, and don't read all the topic. I mean, just read the first sentence of the topic, decide and write on piece of paper that for example, describe a shopping mall you often visit. And you write over there Hyperstar, or you write Emporium Mall or Mall of Lahore or any other mall like that. Okay, so first you need to decide and write, then you should read the next points. Now, remember, in 1 minute time, you cannot write sentences, you cannot write paragraphs, so don't try to write sentences and paragraphs. Just write the outline. Now, what is the outline? Outline is very simple. For example, we assume that the topic, okay, I select a topic from here, and then I tell you how to make the outline thing. Do you have pen and paper? So let's make an outline. Okay, now the topic, I read the topic and you write the notes. The topic is describe some technology like an app, phone software program that you decided to stop using. Now what's the topic? Describe some technology like an application, a mobile software that you decided to stop using. Now tell me what it is. TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. Come on. Huh? Snapchat. WhatsApp. It's up to you. Like, it can be a game also. PUBG. Right? Because they said describe some technology like an app, phone, software program that you decided to stop using. Okay? Alright. Now, which tense is this topic in? You decided to stop using. Which tense is that? Past tense. And you should write it there. That means your cue card is all in past tense. Some cue cards are all in past, some are present and past, some are present, past, future, some only future, some only present. So you have to see the main topic is in the past tense. Okay, so I read this again. Describe some technology like app, phone, software program that you decided to stop using. You've written WhatsApp, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, or whatever. Next, you should say when and where you got this technology. When and where. When means time, where means location. So you will write when, a year ago, a couple of years ago, location in my college. Or when and where. When you can say in my friend's house, right? Sorry, when means 2 years ago in my friend's house. He introduced me with this game. And then I played with him and I quite enjoyed that. Since that time, I started using this game. All clear? When and where. The next point is why you started using this technology. Why means reason. And in order to speak well on the cue card, you need to come up with a couple of reasons. For example, well, I started using it because that time I was totally free from my studies and I had nothing else to do. So when you give the reasons, you can give a couple of reasons. Like, first of all, at that time I was free from my exams and I had nothing to do, so I decided to play this game. Secondly, I had purchased a new mobile and the features of that mobile, they were very good. So I decided to enjoy my mobile while using this application or game. So whatever it is, just come up with a couple of reasons. The next point is why you decided to stop using it. Now you will come to the point when you decided to stop using it. Right? So again, you will give the reasons why you decided to stop using it. I decided to stop using this technology for a couple of reasons. First of all, it was a big time waster in my life. You know, even my family members were sick of me. You can even talk about that game, Candy Crush. right? So there's several things you can talk about. And then last point, and explain how you feel about the decision you made, how you feel. In cue card, the last sentence is always closing of your conversation, or it's the concluding statement. So explain how you feel about the decision you made. Well, I feel great about that decision because right after that I had my exams, and if I didn't stop using this technology, I could fail my exam, but thank God I deleted that app from my mobile for good and I passed my exam with good marks and all that. Right? So like this, you need to come up with some ideas. And again, I tell you, don't look for ideas from your real life. Don't look for ideas from your real life. You have to script everything. What is scripting? Scripting means there isn't anything like that. You all use Facebook even today, right? But you're going to talk about Facebook in that way. So you're going to script your answer, that I will say this thing, I will attach my exams there, I will say this and that and all that. So you have to script an ideal answer for speaking part 2. Now, after 1 minute, examiner will say you will now have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes. Topic is in front of you on the table. The notes you've jotted down, they are in front of you on the table. You have the pencil in your hand as well. Now, what you have to do, you need to take a look at the topic or notes and you start talking. Okay, today I'm going to tell you about some technology which I stopped using, and then you go on. As you talk, you can take a look at your notes, right? But don't stop to read anything, all right? And now I would like to tell you the reasons why. Well, it was basically 2 years ago when I started. Just take a look and elaborate the next point. Take a look and elaborate the next point. And on piece of paper also, don't write sentences, paragraphs, just write outline. Or in other words, you can call it write down headings, or you can call it bullet points. Just write down the bullet points. Now, one more thing, in speaking part 2, you have to speak for 1 to 2 minutes. Minimum 1 minute, maximum 2 minutes. Watches are not allowed, mobile phones are not allowed in your speaking test also. They are not allowed, any gadget, any type of watch, any type of gadget, they are not allowed at all in IELTS test, right? So you don't know whether 1 minute time is over or not. It's a good idea to maintain good eye contact with the examiner. When the examiner stops you, then you have to stop. Don't try to stop before that. Don't try to ask the examiner, oh, give a minute. Not like this, okay? Don't try to look at the watch or anything like that, because you will not have anything. So you just keep talking to the examiner. And if examiner says anything like this, or that's fine. Sometimes there are very good examiners also. There are good examiners, but some are very good. If you stop before a minute, they say, right? Because they record your test. So examiner cannot speak anything other than the script. So they use body language. If you're stopping before a minute, they will just ask you to speak more. And when it is 1.5 minutes, after 1 minute, they can stop you anytime. Now don't mind it that examiner didn't give me 2 minutes. After 1 minute, they can stop you anytime. 1.5 minutes, 1 minute, 3/4 and all that. Okay, now you must have received your cue cards. Yes, so you're going to prepare them in the same way, and then I'll call you here and you got to speak on them, right? Okay, now we are going to discuss IELTS speaking part 3. Once part 2 is over, examiner will gently get the topic back from you, pen and paper, examiner will take back from you, and now once again you are empty-handed, okay? And examiner will say, we now move on to IELTS speaking part 3. And remember, in speaking part 3, the type of questions they have, you have to note them carefully, and for each question, you need to prepare some good phrases to answer. For example, if they ask you questions about your opinion, so you can say, in my opinion, to my way of thinking, as far as I am concerned, the way I look at it, I believe, things like that. So they may ask you a couple of questions where you will have to give your opinion. So you need to have at least 4. And remember one thing, IELTS speaking part 1 is for the first 3 bands. Band 1, band 2, band 3. IELTS speaking part 2 is for band score 4, 5, 6. And IELTS speaking part 3 is for band score 7, 8 and 9, advanced level English. So if you present some advanced structures, you will be able to get 8, 8.5, and even in part 3, you are using the basic structures, I get up early in the morning or anything like that, so then you'll get low bench score. So in part 3, they want to see the, where you say to what extent you understand the structures and all that. So one thing is opinion. They will ask you some opinion based questions and you have to answer. Second thing is comparison. They will ask you some comparative questions, and only candidates who can understand comparative structures, they will be able to answer them. Sometimes they will ask you to compare past with present. Sometimes two items from present. Sometimes comparison of present with future. So if you know the comparative structures, for example, if we compare city life with village life, we can find certain changes clearly, first of all, like that. Or in comparison with something like that, to compare, so there are at least, there should be 4 to 5 comparative sentences. The first thing is you should know comparative structure. Very easy, watch a video on YouTube, in 5 minutes you can learn comparative structures in English. Okay, how to express your opinion, you can watch a video on YouTube. For each type, I mean, this is your preparation for IELTS speaking. And these phrases will be used in any topic, whatever the topic is. In part 3, they will ask you opinion-based questions. They will ask you comparative questions. And they're going to ask you, after this, they're going to ask you advantages, disadvantages, benefits, and drawbacks. And in speaking part 3, signposting is very important. For example, what are the benefits of eating in restaurant? First of all, the main benefit is you don't have to cook, because for some people, cooking is not an easy job. So when you go to a restaurant, you can easily order whatever you want to and you can enjoy that. Secondly, there is a variety of menu. When you cook at home, there are limited dishes that you can prepare. But when you go to the restaurant, you've got a great variety. Italian restaurant, Chinese restaurant, Japanese restaurant. So I think these two are the benefits of going to the restaurant. What is it? Signposting. One by one, first of all. Secondly, what are the benefits of eating in the restaurant? Eating in the restaurant, any benefits? No preparation at home, no wash dishes, no this, no that. That's the plan for 4.5 band. Okay, so proper sentence structure, compound sentences, signpost language will bring you higher bench score, 8, 8.5. Believe you me, if you speak like this. I got 8 man around 10 to 12 years ago, not now. But my last IELTS expired in 2008. Yeah, it's been a long time. Don't guess my age, huh? So anyways, that was the time when I started teaching IELTS in 2008. Before starting this IELTS teaching thing, I took my IELTS exam and then I started teaching. So anyways, comparison, assessment, and finally we have prediction. Prediction is always about future. So for prediction, you can use the language of prediction, like you can use will for prediction. You can use going to. For example, what will be the changes in your hometown in the next 15 years? So you can say, my hometown will go through a lot of changes in the next 15 years. There will be. There is going to be. Okay, these changes are likely to happen. In the foreseeable future, we can see all these changes. Foreseeable future. Again, just go to YouTube or Google. English sentences for prediction. English sentences for prediction. And you know how many you have to learn? Maximum 3 sentences. 3 different structures to talk about prediction. 3 different structures to talk about comparison. 3 different structures to talk about opinion, and all that. Okay, so once you are familiar, once you answer the examiner using appropriate structures, you will automatically get better bench score. So this is all about speaking part 3. They may ask you 5 questions, 10 questions, 15 questions, and even 1 to 2 questions. Right, last time my student Muhammad, who got 8.5 in speaking, he started off very well. Examiner was friendly. In part 3, examiner asked 1 or 2 questions and then examiner said, thank you very much. You know, they evaluate your English. Then they don't go on, and when examiner is confused whether your bench score should be 6 or 7, then they ask you more questions. And when examiner gets to know, or examiner is suspicious about your speaking, whether your answers are memorized answers or natural answers, then they will ask you more questions, counter questions, more questions, counter questions, and all that. So don't memorize answers, prepare these structures. You already know how to prepare part 1, then part 2, and part 3. So if you're going to do this preparation, I mean, memorizing the answers may take more time, whereas learning English will take less time, and then you can answer any question, whatever the question is. You know that 3-step formula, and you can answer. Yes, in part 3 also, you will use the same 3-step formula to answer. Number 1, answer the question directly, using different sentence structure and a variety of words which are related to the topic. Number 2, elaborate your point in 2 to 3 sentences. And finally, you can conclude your answer in 1 sentence, right? Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Asad Yaqub here, and there's going to be another wonderful demonstration of IELTS speaking mock test with me today. I've got my student from my IELTS masterclass, and I'm going to conduct his IELTS speaking mock test, right? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay,
100%.
let's make a start. What's your full name, please?
My name is Asad Yaqub.
All right, Asad.
Yeah.
That's good. You're my namesake.
Yeah.
Let's make a start. Do you work or study? What do you do?
Well, I'm a businessman. I have completed my studies 5 years back. Since then, I'm running a business in tourism industry.
Okay. What do you like about your business?
Well, at the moment, you know that business is something that really gives you extra opportunity to earn more. So this is something that I really like about my business, and at the end of every month, I earn a lot, even though more than annual monthly salary.
All right, that's good. We are on recording, so don't share your secrets, okay? Just kidding. Let's go on. How would you like to expand your business in the future?
At the moment, I'm running 5 guest houses and 3 restaurants there in Kashmir, but I'm actually looking forward to expand my business to other cities. For example, I'm looking forward to establish a new hotels in northern region of Pakistan, especially in Gilgit-Baltistan. So that part of the Pakistan is really famous in tourism industry, and right now I'm thinking that it could be a healthy opportunity for me.
Do you think your business is sometimes stressful?
In certain time period, like during the summer season when there is peak in tourism industry, I often feel myself in difficult situation to mitigate certain influx of tourists from Pakistan, because during summer or even though after Eid al-Fitr especially, so Kashmir is visited by thousands of people. So to adjust that kind of heavy tourists in Neelam, it's not an easy task for anybody else.
Okay, that's great. Let's go on. What type of food do you like to eat?
It depends upon my mood. Mostly, I always prefer to eat healthy food, especially that is made by my mother. But on weekends, I always try to eat some sort of different international cuisines in city with my friends, especially like Chinese cuisines and Italian cuisines.
Okay, how often do you try new dishes?
Well, most of the time I don't prefer to eat anything unusual because I'm very much diet conscious. I don't prefer to eat anything that I don't have information about that certain type of food. But if there is any sort of situation where I have no other option to eat, then obviously you can't do anything.
All right, we now move on to IELTS speaking part 2. Yeah. This is your topic. Describe a difficult task that you completed at workplace or study. Here is the topic. You have 1 minute to read the topic and write down some notes. Okay, you will now have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes.
I'm going to talk about a task that I did last year when I was on my official business trip to Ferry Meadows. Before going to talk more about on that topic, I would like to give you some background information so that you can get my whole point. Professionally, I'm a tour operator. I'm running a tour operating business in tourism industry. Last year, when I led a group of 15 people to Fairy Meadows, it's a famous place in Pakistan, in the northern region of Pakistan. So I visited that place in summer. On day second, when we did a trek from Fairy Meadows to Bayal Camp, the first half of the day was pretty awesome, but the later half of the day was terrible, because you know that the weather there in northern region is totally unpredictable. So when we were heading back from Bayal Camp to Fairy Meadows, we met with a landslide, and it was heavy, and we got stuck there for almost 2 hours. It was not an easy task for me, because you know that the remoteness of area really pushes me hard to think about how to figure out this sort of situation. So because I can't communicate with other person, there is no internet service, these issues make this situation more worse for me. So then I, because you know that I'm from Kashmir, so I know how to mitigate this sort of situation. So then I made a extra path from that sliding area, and I rescued the whole 15 people from that side, and we escaped successfully from that tragic, from that moment. And I felt pretty awesome, because I saved almost 15 people. Basically, it was my duty, because I was the official responsible person for that group, but overall it was a mind-blowing experience for me.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. We now move on to IELTS speaking part 3. How often do you come across difficult tasks?
To be very honest, my overall business is not that kind of hectic or giving so much stress to me. But on certain time period, for example, if the tourist influx is high, but on certain time my staff members were not adequate to deal them, this is something that really often push me to feel under stress. But apart from it, I don't really feel too much stress or anything.
Okay. What type of challenges do you face in your day-to-day life?
Personally, I think I'm not a morning person, because I always feel some sort of lazy person to wake up early in the morning. So this is something that I really need to overcome, because it's not an easy task for me to wake up around 6:30 or 7:30 a.m. So most of the time I wake up around 11 a.m. and many times I got punished from my mother as well.
Okay. Do you think human life will be more or less challenging in the future?
Predicting a future is a difficult thing for me. So I think if I consider on a broad level, like the way science is inventing different things, and every day you know that something is new evolving around the world, I can say that life will be more challenging for upcoming generation due to the new advancements in the science and technology department.
All right. Do you think modern life is full of stress these days?
If I compare situations, it depends upon the circumstances. It's in a sense like if you are dealing to multiple purposes, if you are dealing with multiple things at a single point. For you know that today life is typical fast paced. So dealing with different things at one point is not an easy task for anybody else. So I think there should be people need to focus on one particular object or goal to gain and establish it. Otherwise, it could be a challenging task for them.
Okay, thank you so much. That's the end of your IELTS speaking. Overall feedback is some of your answers are long. So in actual exam, if examiner interrupts you, you can just allow the examiner to ask you the next question and you can answer that. Another point is try to give direct answers to the point according to the main topic. Okay. Instead of giving the background, it's a good idea to talk about the foreground. Whatever the main question is, talk about that. And whenever we use the word look forward to, after look forward to, we use ing. I look forward to meeting you. I look forward to talking to you. So in this condition, we use ing, okay? But otherwise, it's all fantastic. Thank you so much, okay? All the best, guys. Thank you so much. You also teach IELTS online all over the world and in campus in Lahore. If you wish to be the part of my online or in-campus IELTS classes, my WhatsApp number is given. You can contact me for that. Take care. Bye-bye. Allah Hafiz. Okay, my name is Asad Yaqub and we are going to conduct your IELTS speaking test. Okay, the way you are going to answer, this is going to give some confidence to my students and they are going to be ready for their IELTS test as well. Okay, so are you ready for that?
Yes, sir.
Great, let's make a start. What's your full name, please?
My full name is Ayman Fatima, but people usually call me Ayman.
All right, Ayman, can I see your ID, please?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, let's go on. Do you work or study?
I graduated recently. Since then, I'm doing a job in a private corporate sector, and now I'm planning to go abroad for my future goals.
Okay. Do you have friends?
Yes, I have many friends, and I love spending time with friends. Yeah.
Okay. What do you usually do when you meet your friends?
When I meet my friends, we usually go to our favorite restaurants to have our favorite meal, and sometimes we go to the park, and sometimes we go to the shopping. So yeah, it depends on mood what we are feeling.
Okay. Do you prefer to chat with your friends face to face or using social media?
I prefer to chat with my friends face to face because I think it's communicating face to face is a really good way to express emotions and to understand what we are communicating and to better feel.
Okay.
Yeah.
How often do you make new friends?
I am a friendly person. I usually make friends wherever I go. Yeah.
Okay. Do you prefer to have old friends or the new ones?
I prefer to keep old friends along with the making new friends because I think old friends are more, supporting and they are, old is gold. So
Okay.
I think, yeah.
All right. How often do you travel?
I travel a lot because of my job, demand. Because I am living in Lahore and my hometown is in Rawalpindi, so I used to go to my hometown after 2 weeks or after a month. So yeah, I travel a lot.
Okay. What do you like about traveling?
What I really like about traveling is being sitting on the window side and observing the roads and trees and when I'm going to my home in the way I used to see a lot of mountains and the way is so beautiful. So yeah, I think it's the most important and most mesmerizing part of the journey.
Okay. Do you prefer to travel alone or with your friends or family?
It depends. Usually I travel alone because there's nobody to go with me. So, but I think traveling with family is more fun. You enjoy the journey along with your family and you eat at different spots and yeah, I think
All
it's
right.
more.
We now move on to IELTS speaking part 2. Here is the topic. You will have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay.
You have 1 minute to read the topic and jot down some notes. All right. You will now have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay. So my topic is about describe a new store or shop that has recently opened in your town. So in my town there is a local market. It's about 2 to 3 kilometers from my home, and there is a shop that has recently opened in that market. It's a stationery shop, and I love that shop because before that there was no stationery shop near my home and in that market. So whenever I used to buy this stationery, I need to buy the stationery and books and gifts. I need to go far from my home, and you need to drive miles from my home. So yeah, that shop has helped a lot with that problem, and it contain everything almost. It has books, it has gift shop, it also contain gifts, and it have multiple variety of stationery, and I really love stationery, and I used to buy stationery whenever I go to the market. So I think the people who are really into the stationery and who really loves the stationery and books should visit that market, because it's a really good spot to have some variety, a good variety, and it's a one-stop shop that contain all the books and stationery and gifts and everything at one place. So yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, let's move on to IELTS speaking part 3. Why do some people prefer going to the big malls?
Okay. People prefer to go to the big mall because of the reason that they need to have everything at just one single place. So yeah, when we go to the local market, we need to visit shop to shop for different things, and to avoid that hassle, people go to the malls because they have everything at just next corner. So yeah, the people like to go to the
All
malls.
right. Are there any street markets in your hometown?
Yeah, there's a very famous street market near my home which is called Liberty Market, and I really like that market because I think I can buy everything from my market, and it's a local market that contain all the things, and usually all the vendors come there to sell their products, and it has a lot of varieties in shops and vendors.
Okay. Do you prefer to buy things online or in store?
So buying things online is a very comfortable, I can say, a comfortable procedure, but I prefer to go to the shops and malls to buy something for me, because I think it really gives the knowledge about the product you are going to buy, so it will help to choose the product wisely.
Okay. Whenever you go for shopping, do you prefer to shop alone or with your friends or family members?
No, I don't prefer to shop alone, because when it comes to shopping, I am really confusing person. I really got confused about buying the products for me. So to avoid that, I usually carry friends with me because they help me a lot to select the product or to select what I want.
Okay, that is the end of your IELTS speaking test. Overall, it's good. Now, Iman, there is one test, a tense, we call it present perfect continuous tense.
Okay, sir.
When I ask you the question, how long have you been doing this job?
Okay.
You said, I'm doing this job for, and
Okay,
then.
okay.
So you should have said, I have been doing this job,
Okay, sir.
and then the number of
Yes,
years. Apart from this, overall, it's good. I
Okay.
mean, you're speaking very comfortably.
Yeah.
You're not struggling to speak English,
Yeah.
and your style is natural. So with this type of spoken English, you should get around 7. Okay, yes. And basically your speaking band is at the mercy of examiner.
Yes, sir.
If the examiner is a bit typical, then it may be 6.5, and if the examiner is going to be generous, it may be 7.5 as well.
Okay.
Yes. So Iman, thank you very much
You're
for
welcome,
your this recording,
Okay.
right? And I
You're
wish you
welcome.
best of luck.
Thank
When
you,
is your
sir.
exam?
Sir, my exam is on 22nd March.
22nd
It's
March,
Friday.
okay.
It's Friday.
So I would like to make another video with you when you get your result, okay?
sir.
We will discuss your result and then we will share your experience
Okay,
as well, right? Thank you once
Thank
again.
you, sir. Thank
All right, guys, thank you so much. I also teach IELTS online all over the world and in campus in Lahore, Pakistan. We offer PTE classes, writing correction service, IELTS test booking service in Pakistan. If you want to get any of these services, my WhatsApp number is given. You can contact me for that. Asad Yaqub wholeheartedly wishes you best of luck. Take care. Allah Hafiz.